So we are coming to the end of this conference. We still have alpha day. So you see the program of the day is a bit less busy than during the other days of the conference. But I think it's a very important day as well, because we want to listen from you. I mean, you, of course, any of you could have attended all the sessions. There were a lot of sessions in parallel. So we decided to have a short summaries of these sessions, especially the oral sessions in the first part of the day, of the morning, and then we'll go to the workshop summaries. So we've asked for the session summaries. We've asked the chairs to present the summaries. So it's a short presentations of what was presented during the oral sessions, but also the recommendations that we got from the presenters and from the few Q&A sessions that they have taken during these sessions. And then we'll do another coffee break. So we'll have a coffee break quite soon, I must say, so because we wanted to cut the half day in two pieces. Then we'll go into the workshop summaries. And I must say that we had a bit of expectation from these workshops. You receive a lot of emails asking you to not do too many presentations. I've noticed that not everybody has really listened to our recommendations. It's okay for this time, but if we do another BioSpace, we'll be much strict on this. Workshops are meant for discussions, not for presentations. And sorry to repeat this, but you still have, so those who have organized these workshops with presentations, I expect that they will come with some recommendations. But this is really what we need this, I mean, ESA, the European Commission, GeoBan, and CEOS, because this will drive the activities that we will take in the next years. So if you come with no recommendations, you should not complain that we don't do anything with respect to what you've been discussing these days. Then, we will do what we call the conference wrap-up discussions. We had the intention at the beginning to do another plenary, so asking some of you to give your views a bit on how the conference has been organized, but we decided to do it in another way. So it will be a very interactive sessions. We will ask you questions, and we will ask you to use some digital tools to provide your input. But it's very important because, I mean, we would like to have another BioSpace conference, but we need to know if you want to have it in the same way as we've done this one. So we need really to get your insights into this. So this will be done, starting at 12:15. And we have also invited all those who could not be here today and who can connect, because I mean this session is also live streamed, so they can follow what we are presenting, but they will also have the QR code, so they can also participate to these consultations that we will be doing. So please, I mean, if you don't have a train or a plane to take, please stay until we do these sessions. And then we close at around 1:30, and we still have a sandwich lunch for those who don't have an early departure, so they can have lunch here before leaving Esrin. So that's the program of the day. And I think we can move to the first sessions, on the session summaries. And for this, maybe one important point. When we will do the workshop summaries, I know that some of the organizers have to leave quite early. So the idea was to do it in chronological order, but if you want your workshop summaries to be presented at the beginning of that sessions, you should come to us, and then we'll make sure you can present before you leave. So do this during the coffee break. We already got 2 requests like this. But for the session summaries, we'll do it in the chronological order. And the very first one is the one on ecosystem extent.
Okay, morning, everybody. The brave ones that will stay until the last day. That's great. So we were running the Ecosystem Extend with Bruno session, and there's a bit of a reason because of that, because Bruno, you are leading the Ecosystem Extend for ESA, and I'm leading one of the demonstrators from CEOS. As you know, a couple of years ago, in CEOS, we decided in order to answer to the CUMIN Montreal, one of the key indicators of ecosystem extent, to have demonstrators. So we have 3 demonstrators in CEOS that we've been working, one in Canada, one in Australia, and the other in Costa Rica that I'm leading. So we wanted to know what is out there when we discuss at the level of the scientific committee, what is the status, but which are the needs, because we need to be how operational this can be if we want to answer to these indicators. So we have just one slide. If we can go to next. Oh, no, I can go. What is the thing? Sorry. Okay. Okay, now it comes. Okay. So we focus mainly in the needs and in the perspectives. So we have one of the presentations, in Europe, where at the level of the habitat, where we've been working quite a lot and quite extensively, I must say, in the last 10 years, and we have something very advanced. At the other level, we have study cases, but we are really missing this operational perspective in terms we can move up. So what we identify there, if there are still many gaps to be filled. When we work in ecosystem extend, we need to see also in the condition. So in that sense, we need to be sure we have temporal data. We use temporal data within that to be able to report to GBF, CEA, and all the instances where we need to do it. And we don't have much time to do it. So scale up is one of the key and main issues that come out. Also, we discussed quite a lot in terms of data infrastructure needs in order to be able to evolve and work in cloud infrastructure. This is an issue that came out in several other sessions, and also we saw in different presentations, but still we didn't see much really at the operational level of people working on cloud infrastructure in order to host data, to process tools, to be able to handle the large database we have nowadays, and to deal also with the issue of data variability, heterogeneous data base. So in the same line of processing massive data sets, working with time series like Sentinel-2, multi-sensor, fusion of sensors at the country scale and the continental level. Because this is the thing, with the scale up, we need to be able to go at the country level because countries need to report as well, and then be able to scale up at the continental level to be able to get out these indicators. So also still work is needed on open source solutions. Interoperability is a big work, and CEOS has been working quite a lot in interoperability as well. Fair principles and dissemination for validation and have expert knowledge is quite critical. We were discussing, I think, in all sessions, the need for validation. We have a lack of in situ data, but also the capacity to work with local knowledge and with institutions at the national level that have the data. So this is also an important and crucial step. So we need to foster partnerships. This is absolutely essential. And for the perspective, Bruno will continue the show here.
Yeah, thanks, Sandra. So since I'm working at the first 5 bullets in practice in the World Ecosystem Extend Dynamics, so we are trying at least to solve as much as possible. So I have the honor to look a little bit further to the future. And the first one, of course, is, we have seen all these new missions coming up, which are definitely important to better map at least ecosystem extend, hyperspectral, thermal, etc. So that's an important part, at least, to prepare for that one. The second one is also that I think currently, we are really focusing on what we call the reporting obligations. But coming back on the scalability, it's important at least that, that if you want to use these ecosystem extent maps for really policy use and decisions in your country or at local scale, then for instance the IUCN Global Ecosystem Typology, which is very good for harmonizing it at a global scale, does not provide sufficient detail. So we need to go in further detail, at least for that one. They are both compatible, they are complementary at the end, the reporting as well as the policy use, but that's still some work to be done. Also the models, there are a lot of new models coming up, and in our session, for instance, there was an example on some initial work on language visual models, so that are kind of models that can be integrated in the future and can provide better maps. Of course, the uncertainties are very important. Everybody talks about it, but they are even more important if you talk about policy use, because then you go into prediction scenarios, and that's a major input for them. And then the last bullet we've put in there is that the time series harmonization is important, and don't just think about Landsat and Sentinel-2, what everybody is thinking about, but also, I mean, towards the future missions, but also, I mean, currently already, I mean, you have a Sentinel-1, you had 2 Sentinel-1s, yeah? Then suddenly your Sentinel-1 there is only 1 left for a period. There will be 2 coming, so if you start creating time series, you have to make sure at least that you deal with these kind of differences in the input data sets. So it's not only about Landsat and Sentinel-2, it's broader at least, that we need to make sure that we harmonize the time series to avoid at least that we introduce artifact or noise at least into the models for extent mapping. And then, yeah, it's not only for extent mapping, of course. Once that you have the time series, you can also use them for the ecosystem condition, which is linked, and that's, I think, what we wanted to say, what came out of the session.
Maybe stay here because maybe, yeah, thanks a lot. I don't know if there is a quick, we can take 1 or 2 questions on this. I mean, if somebody wants to react to what was presented. Doesn't seem, so everything is clear with, okay, that's great. That's great. For the next one, I will do a change. I have to ask my colleagues in the back of the room, because I would like to put the traits together, the structural and functional traits. So if you could please put the slides on what we call the conceptual approach to improve biodiversity monitoring. That was a bit of a strange session, I must say. It was a sort of sessions where we put all the presentation that could not fit in the other sessions, but it's so we covered different type of, I mean, it was good because there was no way we could do a sessions on Arctic, so that's why we found it's better to put it there. And there was one on farmland, if I remember well, and a few other ones, soil, I think. And also those having new ideas like the dark side of the Earth. So I hope that the technicians at the back of the room understood what I was asking. Maybe I should, it's not a good idea to change the logic. Huh? It's the one with the conceptual approach. Okay, coming.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. So I didn't find that session that weird, but yeah, okay. But actually, you're right. I mean, it was, so when we worked on summarizing that, okay, we had to think about the different objectives, and that's true that it was really broad. So, well, try to summarize this session objective as, so Earth observation is experiencing a revolution. We have new missions with unparalleled amount and type of data available, which will come in 5-10 years. Capacity, we have the capacity now to upscale analysis and monitoring tools. We have cloud infrastructure and new approaches, which were already presented in the session before. And so basically the objectives of this session were to provide some perspectives and illustrations for federated and unified Earth observation systems, to highlight contribution of Earth observation to improve knowledge on ecology and biodiversity, and to provide perspectives for the exploration and monitoring of the unknown. So as Mark mentioned, there were diversity of perspectives about the organization and federation of Earth observation community, unifying Earth observation and in situ data, some focus on tropical regions, polar regions, night imagery, islands, ground sensors, farmland habitats, foundation models for soil biodiversity using Earth observation. So yeah, it was quite a lot of visions and different perspectives. And so, well, we had many recommendations at different levels, so we tried to organize them this way. So first of all, first level of recommendation was the role of space agencies as part of a federated system. So basically, we have several organizations which provide one or multiple components related to data, tools, products. Well, what we need is to make this ecosystem work, this system of system work. And so for that, we need some standardized interfaces. We need to be able to rely on several data providers so that we don't rely on only, well, one person or one, I would say one institute or one organization, still avoid too much redundancy in the data. So there are some challenges here. Also, a recommendation was to well, identify representative core sites and that space agencies work together in order to coordinate satellite acquisitions across space agencies over these core sites. So second level of recommendation, so how can Earth observation contribute to science and knowledge? So there were a lot of recommendations about open science for both in situ and Earth observation activities. So we talked a lot about data standard, shared protocols, documentation, harmonization within and among missions. Well, what we need also is interoperability, as mentioned earlier, reproducibility, capacity to perform intercomparisons in order to get, well, level of uncertainty as well, for example. We also need products which are relevant or adaptable for all ecosystems and user-friendly workflows which are relevant for stakeholders. So yeah, that's a bunch of challenging recommendations, but we are getting there. And so third level of recommendation is, well, how to prepare for the forthcoming challenges. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we will have new missions with additional capacities, more data to handle, so we need to anticipate that. So from the experience we have with the Copernicus mission, well, it certainly took a bit of time for the community to, well, be operational with like taking advantage of Sentinel-2, for example. Well, I think at some point we need to be ready for the next campaign, for the next missions, and to avoid spending 2, 3, 5 years trying to struggle to get proper access and trying to understand what we can do with the data. So also more about biodiversity. So systems are under increasing pressure. So we talked about tropical forests, north and south poles. So Gabriela Chapman-Ström, so she's not here today, but she really wanted me to emphasize also the 5th International Polar Year in 2032, 2033. And so there are, yeah, a lot of challenges related to the poles, as you know. So yeah, we also need to learn more from cross-domain interactions, find new areas of intersections, and pursue the construction of climate-relevant essential biodiversity variables. And that's pretty much it. So if you have any questions.
Merci, Jean-Baptiste. Maybe just one point on, I don't know if this was discussed during the conference, but because you insist a bit on the preparation of the future missions. In ESA, I'm talking for ESA, we have a program or a programmatic element that we call the Sentinel User Preparation, the SUP. You might be involved in some. So we have a lot of activities in parallel where we will simulate the 6 Sentinel expansion missions in different types of biomes, where they are relevant, of course. And this will be shared. And there will be a few pilots also application pilots that we will conduct, and all this will be shared with the whole community. Huh? So you will be able to play a bit also with the data before the Sentinel's expansion missions are launched. Great. So now we move to the other two sessions that were taking place in the Magellan. They were all both on trades. The first one were a bit more general, and the second one were on the functional traits and the functional diversity. So for the first one on the ecosystem traits, I don't remember exactly who were the chairs. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to represent Nicola and Greg this time because they already left, and they asked me to present the summary of their session. Back up. No, sorry. Yeah. So the session was focused on ecosystem traits, and as you see from the presentations, they were a bit biased or focused a lot in structure. Most of the presentations were dealing with that, but also there was some presentation on a bit concern about the soil carbon predictions and carbon sequestration, which is maybe also an important maybe function of the ecosystem. And another one more focused on the somehow sensor agnostic retrieval of traits. The key recommendations that were summarized from this session range from the demand of a scalable analysis. Scale is very important in the assessment of traits and their diversity, and there was suggested to try to develop scalable approaches and to assess what is the effect of this scale on the estimation we have of the traits and their variability. They were also suggesting to improve the coordination and the access to data. On one side, to promote the coordination of joint field campaigns with coincident ground measurements and remote sensing data, because maybe it's very important to try to produce very good data sets that we can use. Open this data set and use it for multiple purposes, so the community can develop and can grow on that. And then also to try to develop some sort of global open access databases to collect and analyze biodiversity-related data. I guess maybe what they meant here is that they were to focus this on the point of remote sensing. No? There are already there are already databases for biodiversity, but maybe we need to have these databases focused on remote sensing, maybe with field spectroscopy or including maybe even extractions from the imagery or something like that. Also, they wanted to improve, or they considered it was important to advance forest modeling, particularly integrating remote sensing products into the forest models, using technologies as LiDAR, radar, or optical, to monitor particularly the forest structure, including also the case of the disturbed forests. There were also recommendations regarding the structural heterogeneity. They were suggesting to use particularly LiDAR and photogrammetry to assess the heterogeneity of the forest, because this is actually linked to the biodiversity, and maybe something that is a bit now disregarded. And then regarding soil carbon monitoring and policies, it is important to improve our understanding of the relationships between the variables we can infer from remote sensing and the carbon that is kept or stored by the ecosystem, and also to advocate for the inclusion of satellite-based soil carbon models in environmental policies to ensure that the carbon stock is accurately accounted and estimated. And that's it. I'm not sure if I'm able to answer questions, but... No, it was no, it's going to be Rosanna.
It's Rosanna,
yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Javier, because Javier was also the chair on the next one, but Rosanna, sorry. Javier was also the chair of the sessions on ecosystem traits and functional diversity. Rosanna, you do the presentation? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to present the key messages and some recommendation that was presented in the session of ecosystem function and functional diversity. So in this session, there are, how can I move to the next slide? Like this, okay, yeah. In this session, there were 7 presentations on the topic of functional diversity, monitoring functional diversity from from space and using different platforms and sensors. And there are a couple of key messages and recommendations which are given, basically, we summarized based on these 7 talks. The first one is that it was recommended or basically concluded that there are gaps in understanding how methods and concepts affect the study of functional diversity. Aquatic and extreme and ecosystem with extreme biomass are less studied. This was a conclusion from a review work. And that standardization of methods are needed to enable comparison across the scales. Interdisciplinary collaboration between remote sensing scientists and functional ecology is needed to link basically field-based ecology and remote sensing approaches to study plant functional diversity. Another work which was related to study of spectral diversity, diversity hypothesis. We basically was concluded that the combination of spectral data with ancillary data, for example, parcel level data, is more meaningful. So when you study functional diversity, it's more meaningful to look at the object-based spectra and the diversity of it. And when basically in this type of a study, you need to consider spectral and temporal variation and interactions together to be able to explain the plant diversity or look at the interspecific variation between species. Satellite-derived biodiversity can reveal the role of functional diversity and ecosystem functionality. This was another conclusion. However, we need to be careful on how we infer functional diversity from space. Simulations can be of help. However, satellite data are affected by factors whose effects need still to be well understood. To study disturbances using remote sensing data, structural variables are important, of course, but so basically many times people only study spectral variability, but it was recommended that structural variability also is important to consider. For example, disturbances could be modeled using different LiDAR matrices at various scales at the, for example, pixel level or at the plot level in the field. And again and again and again, it is highlighted that the collaboration between remote sensing and ecologists are highly recommended and actually needed. And I think this is repeated a couple of times during the conference already. There's a lack of field data in Africa and Asia. This means institute data basically are missing in these regions. Higher spatial resolution data is needed to study functional diversity. I think we all agree on that. And particularly when this study was done in tropical forests, and they recommended that particularly for tropical forests, high-resolution data is really needed. And to study functional diversity using remote sensing, it was recommended to a space agency to facilitate the remote sensing data at field scale, facilitate integration of multiple sources of data, and facilitate open access imagery and workflows. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roshanak. So I would like to call on stage the chairs of the session on ecosystem conservation.
All right, hi everybody. I co-chaired the ecosystem conservation session with David Coombs, who was supposed to present this, but he's not feeling great this morning, so I will do my best. We heard a lot of fantastic talks that I'm not going to read through all of this, but really I think to summarize all of these talks, what we heard a lot about was really fantastic, specific research. I guess if you're working at the country level, you might think that that's large scale, but for those of us who think about global scale mapping, country still is like local. So lots of different projects in lots of different places around the world with really specific conservation goals and objectives. And I think two of the big takeaways were really that the importance of involving people in the work that's being done, local people, and understanding the specific needs and applications in any given activity, including all of the ones listed here: Nature First, Biodiversa Plus, the Jane Goodall Institute, Conscape, and then local projects in a bunch of different places. I think to me, the most important thing to think about from this session is really this kind of a tension between this need for local co-design of products to really maximize local usefulness, get buy-in from the local community, and address local issues, but at the same time trying to convince people to be contributing to some larger data set that can be harmonized in the end so that we can create these global products. And so I think moving forward, thinking about how we're going to do that and kind of embracing this conflict between these two different but equally important needs will be a really key part of how we move forward. And lots of cool creative uses of remote sensing technologies by conservationists, across a huge range of scales, from super high resolution imagery to global scale images as well. So I will leave it at that.
Thank you very much for these insightful recommendations. And now we have the session on marine ecosystems.
So good morning to everyone. I'm Emanuele Organelli, and I've co-chaired this session with Maria and Rio. So we had a very tight schedule because we had 8 presentation, and so the discussion was really reduced, but we had also in the afternoon 1 workshop, and so most of the speakers were reacting also during that session in the afternoon. So I summarize main things here coming from the presentation. So we had a bunch of speakers from 6 countries, and I put here the main statement of the most common problem that we found and we grabbed from the different presentation, which is how to scaling up, find scale in situ biodiversity traits, so EBVs, essential biodiversity, marine essential biodiversity variables, using remote sensing to describe the marine ecosystem functioning and structure. We had, of these 8 talks, we span from phytoplankton traits to birds, sharks, and mammals, but with a main representative of the phytoplankton community. All the speakers and the studies were using in situ biodiversity data, including new technologies like in situ imaging, but also optical technology like hyperspectral remote sensing. 2 case studies were based on genetics, which is a quite new field in the marine environment to study biodiversity. The studies were one presenting results at the global scale, one at the basic scale, and 6 were most focusing on the regional biodiversity. We were also applying artificial intelligence and 2 studies, and there was, as one of the major topics, so the link with biodiversity with marine currents, circulation, and fronts, so the movement of the ocean. And then we had also presentation analyzing the seascape as a trait, let's say, to scaling up, a method to scaling up the biodiversity, in situ biodiversity traits. The main messages from the speakers are, first of all, that we have to focus on the cross-disciplinarity, because this is fundamental to push marine biodiversity monitoring and ecosystem description from space at the marine level, because we need remote sensing expertise, but also biology, physics, and more recently also artificial intelligence. We have to integrate the data with the in situ biodiversity data. This is fundamental, but it's also really needed that data, in situ data, are standardized, because so far there we grab data from many different sources that follow different protocols, and so this creates some diversity within the data that has to be addressed. And then also the integration with environmental data is really important, because it allows us to take into account variables, for instance, environmental variables that not necessarily are observed from space. And so this is something that it's useful for us to improve our detection capabilities. Conclusion recommendation. So we have one of the main recommendations is to push the interdisciplinarity, and so include also capacity building. We have to we need to have access to high spatial and temporal resolution of hyperspectral imagery, and this is also dedicated, that we have discussed also in other workshops, to marine environment, because sometimes very often this is not the case. More in situ data needed, especially in undersampled areas. We need to use, our recommendation is to use artificial intelligence, seascape-based analysis, integration with ecosystem biogeochemical modeling, because this is the way to scale up ecosystem analysis, and going also beyond the surface. This is really important, especially when we have biodiversity also in 3-4 kilometers of depth. So we have worked more tightly and facilitate interaction with other networks, so OBIS, GeoBIOS, and GeoAtlas, and etc., and others. And also, it's really important to facilitate open access to large datasets of sub-meter optical imagery. And this has been shown in some presentation, especially for endangered species. And then, among the other recommendations that we have received from the speakers, has been recommended for the conference organizers to provide travel funding and scholarship for participants from developing countries, implement real-time feedback mechanism like post-session service, for instance, and promote also QA sessions, roundtable after each session. And that's all from our side. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Emanuele, for this very detailed recommendation. We also appreciate the recommendation from the organizational perspective about this survey. We can say that in this upcoming session, the wrap-up, we have a discussion with a survey for you, so you can upload your insights. Then we have Victor, really. But because we have first the freshwater, but we have the freshwater one first. So Heidi, yes. See, Paolo is not here, but thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Heidi van Deventer, and the other chair was Paolo Vella. I hope that was a good pronunciation. Oh, I must go to the next slide. He made this really nice slide with the pie charts, which showed on the left-hand side first the 8 speakers, and a very brief keyword for each of the speakers, ranging from the topics of policy and service nexus, habitat mapping, monitoring to reporting, peatland conditions and tracking changes, diversity threats, demos, phytoplankton phenology, eutrophication dynamics, and water resilience drivers. And all of these fit basically into targets 1 and 2 of the GBF. So more or less half of them were about changes in the extent of these systems, and the other half around ecological condition and degradation. What's really interesting, if you look at the scope of these, which is the left-hand side pie chart, the extent of the systems really range from very local studies to regional, national, continental, and even global, which is really a nice range. If you look at the continents, at least we got 3 continents on, majority from Europe, but at least 1 from Africa and 1 from America. And then the targets of the freshwater systems are both lakes, the majority of them wetlands, and some also the combination of lakes, wetlands, and the water cycle. So Paulo and I decided to summarize it according to 3 or 4 keywords. The first one, sensors, methods, biodiversity attributes, and data. So top left, if we look at the presentations, there was a good use of multiple sensors and images and data derived from these. Predominantly, they were ex situ, so mostly spaceborne sensors, but we could definitely see that there's an increase in the emergence of in situ sensors that does long-term monitoring, not just in-field data, quick measurements in a snapshot of time, but the emergence and the use of sensors that can start tracking changes and dynamics of these systems over time, which is great. There is a request definitely for high spatial resolution, hyperspectral resolution, and the emergence of drones coming in for both validation and also fine-scale mapping of changes in extent and ecological condition. Then if you look at the top right, at the methods, definitely artificial intelligence is coming in. Cloud computing is really enabling us to move into the time series analysis and increase the amount of applications that can be done across the continents. Yes, big data analysis through the Google Earth Engine and other platforms are absolutely amazing in the past 5 to 10 years. And we've seen the advancements in data availability, both the increase in quality and quantity of these. When we look at the biodiversity attributes that's been studied in these sessions, very focused on the ecosystem types, while the hydro period also is emerging and people are studying this for reporting to biodiversity and changes in the hydro period. Focus again on ecological condition and degradation and the drivers of these. How do we actually do synoptic indices to track and quantify these changes? And then very much there's still a level of testing happening at the different sites for how do we use the metrics for different EBVs in tracking and quantifying these changes. And then lastly, on the right-hand side, if you look at the data, again, there's huge advancements in that data availability that we've mentioned through the different platforms. And again, as a result of both the ex situ and increase in emergence of in situ sensors, we now have an increase in the amount of data that's becoming available for us to link and process. There's definitely a recognition that citizen science is important as one of the contributing information sources in this field where we want to try and integrate everything. But there's still limitations in the apps such as INAT and GBIF. We've discussed some of those. They need to be improved and increased not only in detecting the specific features and EBVs that we want, but also in monitoring changes and that degradation. Remember, we mentioned some of the macroplastics. And then we enjoyed also the discussion around uncertainty and representation that was held in the workshop. This is very key for us in the freshwater field. And so when you do download this presentation, you can also track the key recommendations from the individuals made by the 8 presenters. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. And yes, I can say that we have some common thread emerging from the different sessions. That's very nice. And finally, Victor, it's your turn for the coastal ecosystem session.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So this was the other marine session of the how many? 20. This was the other one. So we are the other special people here. We're very happy because we had a very well-attended we had a very well-attended session. We had this 50-50 representation of female and male, and it was a very nice coverage of environments in the coastal environment. It was we had going from subtidal, which is always submerged, then we had the intertidal coming in and out of the water, and then mangroves, which are always out of the water, but they're still coastal. And within them, we had what we call a number of essential ocean variables, which we have developed from Goose and so on. And there we had talking about seagrass, talking about coral reefs, macroalgae, seaweed, or kelp, one type of macroalgae. And then we had, in the intertidal, we had again seagrass and microphytobenthos, which is a phytoplankton, but stays just on the ground. No? In terms of techniques, I would have had a very nice, I would have had a square like the previous presentation, but this is attempting to do a similar thing, but not as nice as the previous one. In terms of techniques, there was a highlight that we mainly used hyperspectral and the very high resolution to high resolution spectroscopy. So in terms of the essential biodiversity variables that the session addressed, it was mostly extent and some parts of conditions for the subtidal. We had some trends, detection of changes with time. In the intertidal, we had ecosystem structure, some functioning, linking to primary production, linking into carbon production and services into blue carbon. And then we even had a study of impacts of heat waves, and that was beautiful. Then we have the mangroves, also talking about extent and and services. So there was quite a nice coverage with mostly represented intertidal areas where a lot of things have been happening in the last few years. In terms of messages from the speakers, we had a lot, like two sort of main areas. One was about science development. What do we need? What are we doing? Where we are mostly now? What do we need? And then on the applications and cross-cutting actions. In the science, we look at higher spatial resolution as the sort of always a beneficial factor for the studies that were presented. The linkage of those very high spatial resolution to high spatial resolution and the uncertainties of doing this change from one to the other. Global scaling up is possible, it's ongoing, but it's challenging computationally and because of the lack of in situ data, but it's always difficult to come to the space agency and mention in situ data. What can you do about that? So it would be nice, but and that links with the validation. Everybody's asking for validation, and more validation, and we need the in situ data, but we are preaching to the converted here. Then it is possible to derive proxies of functions from spectral measurements, and that was a nice development. And then we also looked at, as I was saying, these impacts of heat waves. One thing that was nice to see is that there is this need of doing this benchmarking. Some algorithms that have been recently developed, there was only one at the beginning, but now there are two, there will be three, and everybody is doing their own thing separately. So they need to, as we did in the phytoplankton for algorithms from remote sensing for the water, they really need to begin, or they are talking about doing this intercomparison and benchmarking. And then there is requirements about new sensors and carbon estimates. And then across, on the other side of the spectrum, from science into the application, is the involvement of the stakeholders more to know what they need, and then to identify who does this part of conversion into indicators. How do we do that? We're always, you see that the proportion already in the amount of lines that I have in science compared to the amount of lines that we have in application is always a bit unbalanced. So how do we address that? And then the recommendations to ESA in 4 bullet points. First, to address this big absence. We had a nice coverage, but we were missing things there. We missed on the things that were presented a bit more detail into conditions. People are mapping what are the extents, a little bit of what are the mixed pixels, but conditions, leaf length, things that go into really much into detail there. That's sort of pushing those boundaries. How do we do that? Coastal phytoplankton. In the marine, there was almost everything was phytoplankton. In this, there was no phytoplankton. So, well, there was microphytobenthos, but it's almost non-phytoplankton. And then we had the large organisms were missing, which we need to link with, well, there was one presentation in the other one, but not in this one, and we were thinking about linking with models, and then connectivity, both among ecosystems and among EBBs. And I'm finishing, progressing towards VHR, very high resolution, and linking it with the hyperspectral. That was one of the really nice results there. And then the in situ data, in situ. The combination with multi-sensors, and beyond science, how we're going to do that indicator step. Are we going to do it? Is someone going to do it? We need to identify that. And with that, thank you very much to all the people who presented. It was a really nice session. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Victor. I mean, the coastal ecosystems are a very complex type of ecosystems, and it's also one of the ecosystems where we need to go to very high resolutions. But maybe there's one point, Victor, that you didn't stress enough for me, is the fact that in the coastal areas, you have the marine community and the terrestrial community, and I still have the feeling that these two communities are not working enough together. I don't know if you agree with me.
Yes.
And,
I fully agree.
You need to do a bit of sport. Huh?
Yeah. After a week in Frascati and Porchetta, I need to do more kilometers. I have to go back to the airport now walking. Yes, and that was what I presented in the talk in the overarching things, that there are so many things that you guys, this was a lot of land here, but there is a lot of things that you're already doing that we really need to take in the coastal and learn from you. And maybe you have some things also to learn from us, but I want to be humble there.
Okay, so thanks again to Victor. So we move to the, still 4 to do. So we move to Thursday. And the very first session we did on Thursday, we put a bit together different topics. They could have had their own sessions. So on species distributions, habitat suitability and connectivity. And we put, this was one single session covering different topics.
It's me again. I'm neither Pedro nor Maria, but Pedro wasn't able to be here and Maria had to go home yesterday, so forgive me. This was a really interesting session. We talked a lot about, I would say the majority was about species distribution modeling, looking at the global scale and assessing species populations, and then also, of course, thinking about how to map and assess habitat suitability and change, which has come up a few times. And also some really interesting new applications of Earth observation data for detecting wildlife and movements. Overall, I think some of the issues that were brought up included things like issues around scalability and some of the really really interesting but really computationally intensive workflows that people are starting to develop. Again and again, lots and lots of biases in the data, and thinking about if we don't have enough data, should we be modeling things like species distributions when we're in a really data poor situation, or how can we figure out how to do that? That we saw an example of a really cool application where people can go in and try to correct or point out when species distribution models are incorrect, which seemed like a really useful tool. We saw examples of trying to pull phylogeny into models in order to improve performance, and this ever-present question of how you map species abundance from presence-only data. We saw a lot of novel methods, including thinking about genetic diversity and direct detection of wildlife from Earth observation data. If you haven't thought about what walruses look like from space before, or albatross, I highly recommend checking those slides out. And a really cool presentation using swarm data and trying to understand how animals navigate with magnetic fields. A couple of recommendations for ESA. The first one being the one that every ecologist says all the time, which is we want more spatial and temporal resolution, finer spatial and temporal resolution. But as we've heard a number of times, right, the importance of in situ data, quality and quantity are really going to be key as we move forward. Maria asked ChatGPT to summarize all of the abstracts, and so I will not read through this, but this is just here for use potentially later on. But we have a lot of really great talks. So thank you.
Thanks, Kira. And the recommendations are not only for ESA, they're also for GEO, CEOS, and the European Commission. So we move to the sessions on ecosystem conditions and restoration.
Hi. It was a wonderful week. A lot of talks, a lot of discussion, very long. So I tried to keep it short because I think we had a lot of presentations already. So this is an overview of the talks we had. I think it was a wonderful session, spanning from forest ecosystem to urban environments and different applications, including tree mortality, and also like reforestation, monitoring of different habitats. We had a global to local studies from Europe, but also from Amazon. We had a wonderful talk about the indigenous-led restoration and monitoring efforts in Ecuadorial Amazon. So I tried to summarize it graphically because I think we already had enough of presentations. So these are the keywords that popped out of the presentations in the World Cloud. I'm sorry, there is Africa, no South America, but I didn't find the right shape to shape it, but it would be more appropriate. You can see that the things that pop out are like, besides restoration and data, also indicators, forest mortality, remote sensing, of course, but also carbon modeling and time and climate. And I really want to make short our recommendations. So what pop out of the session, to summarize, is that to strengthen our research and make it operational and useful for conserving our planet, we really need to capitalize on diverse data sources and approaches to combine whatever is available, EO data, but also drone data or LiDAR, local data, in situ data, or other environment data we have. And this is the future. We really need to collaborate, not only within our own community, but also across disciplines, also with ecologists, but also with others, regionally and globally. And we need to engage local indigenous people and the public to proceed to have, like you said, have a good in situ data. For example, this is the way how to engage the public. And it's not only because geospatial technology is very powerful, but also because it's fun. So it's really attractive for the public to get engaged. Thanks.
Thank you. We're almost done with the oral session. So, yes, the next sessions was on the, we put, again, different topics that are not exactly the same. So we put everything in the same sessions on vulnerability, integrity, and resilience. And next, BioSpace, I think we should have 3 separate sessions on these 3 topics. So, Fabian, but I'm sure you will explain how they are closely related.
Yeah, I think it works actually quite well. I mean, there's a lot of connection there. So I represent this session that Gabriela Schettmann-Strub and I co-chaired. And our topic was, of the presentations, it was primarily on monitoring ecosystem resilience and intactness, and we had some great example using biophysical, biochemical, and taxonomic EBVs to do that. So there was kind of a good representation of structure, function, and composition in there, and one common theme that was clear for resilience and intactness was that you cannot do it with one variable. So all of the presenters had an approach that combined multiple variables together. This was like multiple metrics. We had a kind of a primary focus on more forests and vegetation monitoring, but there was also a good example, I think, in that composition taxonomic group using insect indicator species to monitor intactness of ecosystems. But while most of the presenters used multiple metrics, mostly they relied on one type of instrument from space, like LiDAR or imaging spectroscopy or Sentinel-2. But basically all of them mentioned that they want to integrate multiple sensors. So I think in this topic, this was one of the strong recommendations to integrate multiple sensors, data types that includes multiple types of in situ data and EBVs. And we had a very interesting kind of common issue that evolved that was like, what is the baseline? So it's really important how we define the baseline, and then how do we influence, how does that influence the conclusions we draw from it? And maybe baseline is also not the right word, you know, because you can say there is no baseline because everything is always changing, but we need some sort of reference state we compare to. And that could be a reference like something observed in the past, or it could also be a modeled state. And then from there, you can look at anomalies and how things are changing based on that state. So that was an interesting discussion, also that you don't always necessarily want to manage or go back to that state that you use as a reference, because that might never happen, but just to be, careful about that. And finally, something we heard many times as well is that we need scalable approaches. This also means generalizable models, kind of standard protocols that include multi-scale calibration and validation approaches. All of the presenters had pretty impressive also in situ data and validation of the approaches. And finally, of course, for this type of topic, intactness, resilience, time series are crucial. So kind of continuity, and this is both for the remote sensing data, but also very important for continuity in situ sampling and systematic sampling over time. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabian. Scalability, scalability, scalability. You have to remind this word. This is really essential. And we move to the last sessions on nature-positive economy, but we call it biodiversity-related risk and nature markets.
So this session was quite challenging to summarize for me because it's not my usual language. So I apologize to the speakers if I make some mistakes in presenting their results. Basically, there were two big types of presentation showing how finance can interact positively with biodiversity restoration or conservation. The first part is that the fact that financial institutions, they do care about natural related risks. So for them, if the firms that they are financing are doing are threatening biodiversity, it increases the risk, and so they may not want to give the same loan to them. So those risks are divided in multiplication of three components: the hazard, the exposure, and the vulnerability. And we saw through the different presentations that those can be relatively well measured by remote sensing. If you talk about hazards, more difficult with exposure, but still possible. And for vulnerability, Earth observation comes really as an input of models, but it's less useful, or less directly useful, I would say. The second part of the talks were about some payments, so firms that would pay for the good in order to uplift the biodiversity. And in this case, most of the methods worked on outcome-based, but we need to take into account that the restoration of biodiversity is a long process, so this process takes time, and the outcome is not necessarily something that you can measure at the time you do the investment in biodiversity. So you need to build some trust so that the people who pay know that they will be rewarded by recognized to do something good, and the people who receive the money or want the money know that the people who pay will do something good. And there were two types of discussion or assessment of the way the payment for biodiversity should come. And there we had two different approaches. Some were on a generic index, so generic value for biodiversity that can be a bit like carbon credits and related to carbon credit to be able to put a single value on biodiversity. And on the other side, we had site-specific approach saying that biodiversity must be considered for different ecosystems, and even in an ecosystem, some species some will need to put some hedges, and the others one will need to cut the edges, so you cannot compare that very well with a single generic index. In terms of methods, all the methods use remote sensing, of course, but about half of them used a combination with Earth observation and in situ data. So for the recommendation, it was very interesting to bring Earth observation, biodiversity together, but also finance, so that we have the three there that needs to talk and to be able to understand each other better. The finance can be complementary to policy, and policy can be complementary to finance. So those things you can get good from both, and probably if they don't work together, it will not be as good as if they are working together. Like many other states, the open data plays a critical role, especially because we need to build trust on the actions. So if the data is hidden, then the trust is not necessarily there. And long and coherent missions are really needed because it's a long process, and so the time series is, again, very important. That's it.
So we will do a small break now of about, what time is it? Yeah, to 20-25 minutes. We will start at a quarter to 11. This will give us a bit of time because we have a few technical and logistic issues to solve. After the break, we will have the summaries of the 15 workshops. So we'll go through each of them individually. And we'll have the conclusion sessions. So we can break now. No, we don't need it.
Very nice discussions during the demo session.
Yeah, no, I know. I was thinking about this, but no, unfortunately, they have to be short because a lot of people are taking the train at the 20 past. No. Oh, goodness. Hi, everybody. Could you sit down? So we are going to do I need your attention. So we will do the workshop summaries, but we have a logistical issue that many of you will take the train at 20 or 12:30. So we need to be a bit faster on the workshop summaries. So if you could do your summaries in 3 to 4 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Of course, you will not have the time to go through all your points. Just highlight the critical, because we would like also to have a sort of, to ask you a few questions before you leave. So please be brief on your summary. The summary will anyway be published on the website, and just highlight the key points. Sorry for this, but yeah, we have to adapt actually to the constraints we have. So the first one is actually somebody who was to leave soon. I think is the one on grasslands and savanna. Okay.
Yeah, thanks everyone. We organised this grassland savanna biodiversity workshop in conjunction between EU Grassland Watch, which is a European Commission funded project, World Wildlife Fund, and the Leibniz College on landscape agricultural research. Yeah, we had a great turnout. I'll summarise all this stuff, but a big thank you to everyone who turned up. Everyone contributed, and we had this WooClap session running where lots of information was gathered. So I've still got a lot of stuff to go through to really process. And after some introductory presentations, we then provided a quick poll just to see what people's pain points, etc. were. And surprisingly, lack of data came at the top of that poll. But under further investigation, it was actually ground reference data that was the problem, not Earth observation data. And I think we've seen that across some of the other activities as well. And also capability of tools, and when we explored this a bit deeper, that was actually more to do with processes, protocols, etc., related to how things are measured in the field and how they're then reported. And for those of you writing policy, then you'll see that reporting requirements actually falls for quite low on that list of pain points. So I think the policies and reporting are fine. It's just a matter of how we deliver that information. After we then had some presentations about some example approaches, including 3 lightning talks, which came from the posters, so special thanks to those guys. We then came up with these groups of needs or issues in order to improve operational monitoring. And as you can see, they link back to those PowerPoints. The first one is really about coordination and consensus building in terms of methods, protocols, indicators, etc. In situ data, I don't need to repeat that one again. And then the final point really is about services and whether we can build models and platforms that help to deliver this information. So finally, some general conclusions. classification versus the inherent complexity of biodiversity. This came up in another session about land cover, which we'll probably hear about, but this issue of we concentrate on classification, but often systems are very much more complex, and we should be thinking about characterization, differences between global and local priorities. This is another point with the regulations, and of course, in situ data can be derived from citizen science. So for ESA and, all the space agencies, enable better access to in situ data and also continue to improve the spatial and temporal resolution of the data sets we're being given. So thank you.
That was quick. I was not expecting this. I was still discussing. Great. So you need to do all the. You need to be as efficient as this one. So the next one is, I think, is on the operationalizations of. No, sorry. The monitoring operationalization. I think no. Or the biodiversity monitoring operationalization. That's not you. So yes, Jan-Erik. I think it's the one that you asked to be the next one to. Or maybe, did I do a mistake? Is there any other urgent report? Okay, let's do the marine biodiversity first. Sorry for the confusion. Come. So we do the workshop on marine biodiversity, which is also urgent.
It's nice, we're going up on the agenda here, eh? It's good, good. Okay, so our workshop was really quite interactive. It was about, we wanted to do 4 things. We made it a bit unstructured, but it was mainly where we are with remote sensing products that match EBBs in the marine. We know that in the land, people, you already have figured this quite well, but in the marine, we haven't. And it's something that we started in a workshop half a year ago or a year ago in International Ocean Color Symposium. And it was sort of, this workshop here was a carryover from that one, extending to a wider community and then incorporating other sessions, which I think it really enriched the thing. And before I forget, and I have already forgotten, this workshop here wouldn't have been possible without the people. Everybody contributed, the people who put their inputs in, but mainly those involved there, Alice, Emanuele, Maisira, Elena. This really made it actually happen. So many thanks for that. So we were looking at the status on EBBs and products, and the other one was on the needs and so on. The first thing we did was a separated, well, we had a questionnaire and saw who was in the room. So we had all these essential, what we call essential ocean variables, so phytoplankton people, zooplankton, fish and mammals and turtles, and then the sort of more habitat type of thing. And we separated this into groups, and we started addressing those questions. So we discussed first where we are, what are the products that we could map from remote sensing, and then what the needs. I'm not going to go into the where we are thing because we already know. But we discussed very much about the needs, and obviously the first thing that comes is always the in situ data, no? But then again, we cannot say anything in the space agency about the in situ, but the 2 things that we were trying to do in this workshop was not only see the needs, but also brainstorm about the solution. So, okay, we know the problem is in situ data, so what? So what we can do about it? So one of the things that we thought that we could do about it is, okay, can we knock on the door of the citizen science? Are they going to be the silver bullet that help us to sort it out? Because we don't have enough data. So is that. So we spent a bit of time discussing about this. And well, there are issues there with in situ data. There is not the silver bullet that we want it to, but if we maybe target the right level of in situ data, you have of citizen science, you have either the regular, which are massive and with large uncertainties, the a bit more trained and interested people. Like there was a person who mentioned wolf hunters, and we thought, wolf, is this marine wolves? No, this is from mountain wolves. And I was thinking, what are you doing here? No. So this was very, very nice. So a little bit of crossover fertilization. A person talking about wolves in a marine workshop. That was a crazy thing that we couldn't get otherwise, that it was not here. So we need more of that. There was the challenges of qualities, and then there was not only the citizen science get more data, but get the data more flowing. We were talking about how we can train AI. One of the things was AI. Well, we will need to get the data flows quicker and more open and flowing better and not having to wait to get that person the notebook of the phytoplankton counts on the microscope delivered once every 5 years. So we need that to be open, accessible, and more automatic. These are things that are there and stopping the development. We'll talk about models that could help us train AI. It's not only about satellites. And we were talking about emerging topics in eDNA and so on. But obviously, eDNA is also not retrievable from a satellite. We cannot ask that to a satellite. So we then did a provocative question that maybe you can also think about. So what would be your ideal satellite, or your if you had one thing to ask, what would be, now that we are today in St. Valentine's Day, so if you had a boyfriend or a girlfriend or whatever, what would you ask to bring it to you for making you super, super happy in the work you do? So we were talking about very high resolution images for free. We were talking about looking underwater. We were looking at observing phenomena at night. We were looking at high resolution thermal, but it was not only about technology development. There was much talk about the data we're getting, and we're going to get tons of data. What do we do about that? How do we deal with them? So that is things, what is the infrastructure we need to do that? And then on the other side, we were also talking about the policy needs and how we link with that. And there we realized again that we didn't have that capacity to build these indicators, and that we are not so good at that part of the work. So little by little, we need to go. These are the recommendations, our final recommendations. In the terms of technology, high spatial resolution. We don't mind how we get to that. New satellite, new combinations of data. That's something that needs to happen. The multi-sensor combination is something that we need to do better as well. And then interface better with in situ data. I think this is a little bit across all the talks and all the recommendations, right? In terms of the more of community, want to do some, obviously, more funding for the marine community. This is the cheeky one that we always put, but that's, we have to ask for this. Then we have the translation between the remote sensing products and the EBBs, which is on our side, but then also the connection to the indicators, which we don't really know whose side is that. And then to remind you that the planet is 70% water. We think about this every day, but and we would like to see whether at some point there is a biospace that has like 70% marine, 30% land, according to the proportion that we deserve. A ver, the marine people, please. Thank you. We're done. Thank you very much.
Time for questions. So we need to have the same level of percentage in terms of participation, I guess. So we're changing a bit the order of the presentations. So the next one, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's one. I think it's the one from Jan-Erik on the operationalizations of biodiversity monitoring.
Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone who contributed. I thought we had a very interesting discussion, but I would. Some key reflections on what we looked at. We wondered, what are the different steps that take us from satellite infrastructure to use in the policy scene or in research. We looked at some questions related to that. So with the view, how can we get the most out of the investment in satellite technology? In situ is a critical component that needs to be strengthened. Everyone has said that. We talked about really also putting some resources into making Earth observation data more user-friendly and maybe have tools for the integration of in situ and Earth observation data, which many projects also have presented. And since it was a workshop organized by the European Environment Agency with a European research partner, and we have a role in thinking about how to provide data for European policy decisions, we reflected on who has what role in the EU system, and there is not a clear role for anyone to take care of in situ data at the moment. Now, of course, we didn't decide who should do it, but we need to think about it. So here is the main slide with some more detailed feedback points and recommendations. We went through the Copernicus land monitoring products, how they can support EU ecosystem accounts. That's become a legal obligation in the EU. What makes a biodiversity monitoring system operational? It's really, it needs to be comparable, standardized, it needs to be long-term. Not the lifetime of a research program, but 30 years, 50 years, 100 years. So really, and that requires an infrastructure and a capacity to run it reliably. And so that was our perspective, and the perspective was really policy needs, where we have ambitious targets to protect biodiversity in EU legislation. And of course, we want to harness also investment by the European Space Agency and others in using satellite technology and data for that, as part of an overall integrated biodiversity monitoring approach. And I would say there has been a lot of very interesting research presented here. Research is good, implementation is better, and that's our job. And so that's also what we need to think about. How can we translate research into operational indicators, operational long-term data sets that actually feed into policy decisions, which is the motivation for much of the research that's going on. And we need to think about what investment as a society we make in these different components of the knowledge chain, from research ideas to technology to storing data, but analyzing and communicating data. And as one component that we spend some more time on, and then I hope we can speak about in the future in the EU system, really, there was a mention also today that in situ data is what is out there, what research, botanic surveys, and a lot of citizen science generates. I think we should think about what do we need as society of these kind of data and what investment should we make. It's not okay that we rely on citizens to do that in the spare time. It's a public good. And if they help to generate this public good, at least we need to support them to some degree, maybe not pay their time. But this is a semi-political message. It's just a personal view. But we need to think about it as society, because we need better in situ data to match the improving abilities of satellite technologies. I've listed some points here. Many people will be aware of it. And just to conclude, developing a satellite mission takes a lot of effort and planning. Building an in situ data foundation is also a complex task. Ecology is nearly as complex, or maybe more complex, than the engineering of a satellite. So really, we need to start now to be ready for what's coming in terms of the new missions. And there's a lot of governance, organization, decisions about funding, training of surveyors to do. So I hope we can take that forward and think about it together. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much, Jan-Erik. I mean, I haven't been in any of the sessions or the workshops where in situ data was not mentioned. I mean, I should have now the workshop reporting on in situ and satellite remote sensing data integrations. We'll do it later. We will do first the Copernicus for biodiversity.
Thank you very much. I will also be talking about in situ, I'm afraid. So this workshop, it was organized together with my colleagues from the GRC. As you might know, the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service is co-led by the European Environment Agency and the GRC. And the purpose was to trigger a conversation of what, maybe I will go, oops, yes. Trigger a conversation of, so present first what the Copernicus services can and the in situ component can offer for biodiversity monitoring, and to discuss with a panel of experts what the needs would be for the evolution of the services. So we are now, as Michel Massard rightly explained, we are now in the drafting of the next phase of Copernicus that will go from 2028 to 2035. And as Jan-Erik said, we need to prepare these things well in advance. So we kicked off, it was meant to be like a kicked off of conversation. We presented 4 Copernicus services. There are 6, but we only presented 4 because security and emergency, we did not include them. And of course, the Copernicus in situ component. And then we had quite a varied session with 7 panelists from different, that could give us a different perspective to discuss the services and their relevance for biodiversity monitoring at global and European scale. And with this, I will not go through all these recommendations. I will not dare, because otherwise Mark will will just start kicking people off from the stage, so no. Again, highlighting the importance of in situ. We are now trying to make the in situ component bigger within the Copernicus program, because we think that this is something that needs to be done. And also we have a lot of stakeholders who are actually asking us for that. I would also like to highlight 3 other messages which I think were very interesting for us. First, the need to co-design the products. I completely agree with this. So we need to have to establish more conversations with our potential users. And I think that a conference such as this one is a good opportunity for us to start those conversations or to follow, to make this network of stakeholders. Also important, we were asked to reinforce our efforts in capacity building and in communication. This is something we are also at the EA and also together with the GRC, we are working on this because we think that so more trainings, more webinars, more informative sessions, trying to, you know, because sometimes we felt that our service was, all the services were a bit siloed, so try to break down the walls around them and build trust on the products, which is important. And last but not least, I would also like to highlight this, this idea of having more cross-cutting topics across the services. So if you would like to, the way I see the services are right now, maybe organized in a vertical way, when you have atmosphere, you have land, you have marine, you have climate change and so on, but we need to be more cross-cutting in the topics. And I think that that's also an interesting concept. The Commission already started with that when we launched the thematic hubs. But during this 7 years implementation phase, these thematic hubs, well, they have been more a proof of concept, and we hope to develop them more in the next phase. Just to remind you, the thematic hubs are meant to showcase in the same place the Copernicus products that are relevant for a given topic. And right now, the colleagues from Mercator Ocean have developed the coastal and the Arctic thematic hubs, and the colleagues from ECMWF, the energy and the health thematic hubs. And the EEA is in charge to develop the biodiversity thematic hub. So we are now in the process of conceptualizing what we would like to make out of it. And also, just last but not least, this idea that, well, Copernicus is operations. So it's, we know that it takes us a long time to have an operational product, but we need to reinforce that message. Copernicus is of operations, and it takes time, but when we start developing a product, but I think that it is also logical that it takes all these steps, so we make sure that we are giving actually the product that is needed. And just to finish, this is a message to all of you, because my colleague Ludwig, he made me aware that he had seen our products being used much more than what we think they are being used. If you have used our products, even if it's in a small part of your research, please contact us, because we are always looking for use cases. We are always looking, we can give you publicity, we can communicate about your research. Please do so. You have there the contact from the CLMS, unfortunately not for the rest of the services, but we can put you in contact with the other services. Please follow us if you have social media. We just launched the CLMS Digest, which is a 2-monthly kind of newsletter. And I hope to see you all in the General Assemblies. The one for the Land Monitoring Service is going to take place from the 20th to the 21st of May in Krakow. But the rest of the services have their own General Assembly as well. And with this, I hope I did well and efficiently. Thank you very much.
Anyway, it was very, thank you. So it was very important to have these workshops on Copernicus, because I think that many of you were not aware of what is offered. There is not a biodiversity service, but it's great that they move into building this hub where you could find all the biodiversity-related data, and it's a service. Huh? Remember this, it's a service. That means quality check and long-term availability. And we need their possibility, of course, to further enlarge the data products that is relevant for our community. And it's not only terrestrial, it's also marine, as you've seen. So the next one, the next report will be on the workshops on EBVs for the GBF. That was the short name I put.
Good morning, everyone. As Mark said, this workshop was about the EBVs and GBF. So, and you can see there are many people were involved to make it happen, this workshop. So I skipped the names. I'm sure that you know them. So we had a very interactive workshops with the help of the VOOC lab. So I came across some questions that we found it very interesting, and also sometimes sad to do, but we found it is necessary to present here. Among our participants, as you can see, mainly the participants familiar, 35% were familiar with the essential biodiversity variable, 32% remote sensing biodiversity product, 80% just were familiar about GBF, and 15% about genetic diversity. Among them, 34% been Earth observation expert, 25% biodiversity expert, and also ecology, policy, genetic followed. The job category of the participants was mainly earlier career researchers, followed by senior researchers, and then mid-careers, and also we had managers, consultants, and others. However, one of the very first questions that we asked, it was, which EVB do you think most relevant for the GBF target? As you can see, we came across the name of the EBVs in our pool that they were not EBVs. So these data, this information that you see here is just, we just selected among the answers. So after finishing the workshop, we repeated this question, and we find that this, having a dialogue with each other give more information, and we came with the more correct answers. However, this part was the very sad part. We asked about which remote sensing biodiversity products are you using, and we understood that majority of the participants just answered, put the name of the mission instead of rather than come up with the remote sensing biodiversity products. And you can see the number of the participants was 143 people, so it was a little bit shocking. However, one of the very first aim of this workshop was which EBVs are relevant for the GBF targets. We just listed here a couple of these targets that we try to link them with the EBVs. What we understood from this part of the workshop is that there are several EBVs that are relevant for each GBF target. Some of the EBV candidates repeatedly selected by the participants as relevant to GBF targets. However, we understood that GBF, it's an outcome, that GBF is based on policy targets, while EBVs are scientific definition of measuring and monitoring biodiversity. The recommendation of this part of the workshop is that please educate each other about your needs and what you are doing, because there is misunderstanding and lack of information between the remote sensing and also biodiversity expert. The second recommendation is that there is a confusion between EBV candidate proposed by Joe Bond and the EBV list proposed by Europa Bond projects. So people don't know that as you know, that Europa Bond is mainly focused on the European interest. So people don't know that when we're talking about the EBVs, what we're really referring to. The second part of the workshop was that we tried to reviewing the remote sensing biodiversity products in terms of their accuracy, maturity to EBVs. The participants conclude that case by case, there are different remote sensing biodiversity products that we may need. However, they believe that more remote sensing biodiversity, more remote sensing product can be considered as a remote sensing biodiversity product, because so it means that we have to update the current list. Accessibility and scalability are still an issue for some of the remote sensing biodiversity product. And when we check out the maturity and accuracy of the existing products, the participants conclude that it is still difficult to assess the improvement in the accuracy and maturity of these products. Some of the products already, they are mature and more accurate, but still we cannot say that the status of them completely changed from poor to good status. As mentioned in other workshop, and I also realized this is a common understanding, we have to gain the trust of the end users, particularly people who work purely on biodiversity and conservation. So the main message here is that for the first time, data accuracy and resolution is not the only challenge. We have to improve our models to come up with the more accurate remote sensing biodiversity product. The third aim of this workshop was what needs to happen on the science policy interface to support the use of EBVs and improve indicators. We just listed some of these ideas that the participants shared with us. They believe that EBV framework is too complex for politicians and also decision makers. So some may said that it's not designed for them. However, we have to consider their opinion as well. More standardization and guidance are needed on how to translate EBVs into GBF indicators. Some believes that EBVs are only descriptive and not providing direct information on biodiversity. So this may not the common understanding of everyone, but there are still some people that believe this statement is correct. The ranking of the EBV's importance is ecosystem dependent, but some of the guidance is still necessary. The EBV framework required distinct level of EBVs for the different level at which decision maker or reporting agencies operate. And also the participants believe that thresholds are needed to guide the categorization process. And last but not least, please address the countries that needs more. So I give a floor to my colleagues to discuss about the indicators.
Okay, so we just have a couple of slides to wrap up on the last question and summary. So which remote sensing biodiversity products can inform reporting on the GBF indicators? This was our next question. And here, I think there's continuity. So we said that any remote sensing biodiversity products with continuity are relevant to the GBF indicators that we discussed. We could think of many ways to use many of the products, with the emphasis being on the continuity so that they can actually be used for monitoring. Again, trust, understanding, and accessibility are still required among the various different groups who would actually be involved in using these products for monitoring and decision making. Essential climate variable products are complementary and in some or many cases necessary also for use in reporting on GBF indicators, and maturity and utility are not the same for the EO products. So we saw some examples, we looked through some examples of indicators that already make good use of EO products, but had, of course, a strong emphasis on products that are considered mature and reliable, but these are not necessarily actually the products that would be most useful to inform those indicators. So there's a mismatch, and also a mismatch in how comfortable people who might have a good idea of how to use these products for indicators feel to access the information that they would actually need. So if EO data is made understandable for non-EO experts, they would use it. They would use more products, and they would actually also be happy to use the data streams more directly and not just derived products. But it needs to be accessible and understandable. So to summarize this, we see that there are many people involved in actually using remote sensing and EO products towards the CBD goals and the GBF indicators. And we can think of EBVs and definitions of scientific measurement as materials that we use towards these aims. But in order to actually make use of them, of course, we need good tools to use those materials to do something. The indicators are like ways to understand where we are, whether we're building up a wall or tearing it down. And the target would be actually to have an intact home. So we came through all of our discussion to understand it this way, and in this metaphor also, that it's very important that we be handing each other the right tool for the job, and maybe that should be more of the focus. Thank you.
No. Thanks a lot, great work. I mean, my point on the EBVs, I think we are suffering a lot from the not having a clear list of metrics for the EBVs. I think with GeoBond, we definitely need to work on this, because even from the space agencies, there's no way we can really invest in the EBVs if we don't have a clear ideas of what are the metrics that are needed. So I think time is really needed to do these consolidations of the metrics. The next one, I think it's a nice transition because we move to GBIOS now, and EBVs is in the core of GBIOS.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning, everybody. I will be joined by Alice Hughes, one of my co-chairs of GeoBon. We met Tuesday afternoon to talk about the Global Biodiversity Observing System and whether what we do next. How do we go from a vision and a blueprint for something that's highly integrative for all of our community? That we met on Tuesday afternoon in Magellan, and we had a fantastic workshop. We started off with some presentations. You see our speakers here. The topics, I started off with what is the need for GBIOS, noting that we don't have the equivalent of a global climate observing system for biodiversity, so how do we move towards that on a timeline that makes sense for the GBF's 2030 targets and 2050 goals. We heard from Andres the story of EuropaBon, how it came to be, how it engaged many, many groups, partners, and organizations. that has led to the European Biodiversity Observation Coordinating Center. We heard from Alice that was addressing critical challenges in the Asia-Pacific region and how we really need to make sure that GeoBIOS really is balancing the geographic representation and getting over some of these systemic biases that we have in our data. Then we heard from Yelena, from FAO's remarkable 15-year story of open forests and how that platform has supported global monitoring for carbon. 250,000 people use open forests. It was like, wow, they've done an amazing job landing that around the world. And then finally, Gary Geller gave us his wisdom, shared his sage thoughts on how to design and implement GBIOS, starting with the adage, start small, grow big. We had some big overarching questions that actually we didn't stick to these only, but we started off, we need to build on the blueprint for GBIOS. What are the pillars of this plan? What makes sense to funding organizations and policymakers? The GBIOS implementation plan would identify the major practical actions that should be undertaken in the next 5 years as we look to the first phasing of that. Then how can GBIOS help ESA, NASA, and the European Commission realize this vision together? Of course, that's not the only partnership, but in the context of this conference, that was discussed. And then after that first round of talks and early discussion, then we broke out. So we had about 55 people in the room, and we split up into these 7 groups. We talked about filling the data gaps, ensuring the funding sustainability for an effort like GBIOS. How do you fund the capacity, the human capacity, the infrastructure, etc.? Making sure that we land this with countries at the national scale. It's only going to work under a GBF mandate if countries are getting the support to stand up their monitoring, domestic monitoring frameworks. How do we manage data for use? So going from observations, both in situ and EO, to EBVs and indicators. Thinking about the role of a set of global biodiversity knowledge or data centers that could support the regional application of this, improving data quality and availability and utility, and then coordinating observing infrastructures, which is obviously a critical role for the space agencies. So I'm going to hand over to Alice now to give you some of the take-homes and recommendations from these working groups.
Thank you, Andy. So we had a really productive session, and we can only give you the smallest component of that now because we were talking for hours about all of the nuances that need to be considered in developing a system of this kind. So the first is the what. What are we trying to deliver, and what is GBIOS aiming to do? And so the whole point of GBIOS is to develop an observing system that is based on a federated national and thematic bonds. Bonds are biodiversity observation networks, and this federation is essential to enable countries to feel that their sovereignty is not being compromised, to empower them to develop systems that work for them, but at the same time to both help them overcome the systemic barriers to collecting and mobilizing data, and to ensure that data is interoperable, follows standards, and enables us to have monitoring at all levels, which will be essential to achieving the goals of not just the GBF, but all of the other mandates that, of course, countries are challenged to try to achieve. Space agencies are a critical component of this mission and vision. Unless we have collaboration between all of the different myriad parts of this network, we are not going to succeed. And as has been said many times in these sessions, that interlinkage of in situ data with space data is going to be absolutely critical to ensuring that we have the products we need to monitor our progress into the future. We also, of course, need to think about, if we are going to get funding, what are we asking for? What are we able to deliver? And how can we ensure that as all types of sustainability need to be incorporated and encompassed, how are we going to ensure that this isn't something that has a short-term vision, but we build a structure that will stand the test of time and help design a system which truly has a long-term future in ensuring that countries, nations, and regions can fulfill their mandates to biodiversity around the world. Then, of course, the question is who? Because you can't have this federated system without having partnerships across all parts of society. So of course, we need to have better linkages with the space agencies through CEOS. We need to make sure that we are working more with NASA and other organizations, and we need to have the pipelines to make sure that the data being generated meets needs and is comprehensible and understandable by user communities. What we often see is a disconnect between different parts of this data landscape. But if we are going to develop products that really allow us to monitor change, we need to co-design products and solutions and ensure that things are as easy to use as possible. Another point that really came through is a lack of understanding of users and generators at different parts of that data pipeline. And this is why the development of tools like Bon in a Box and the pipelines that are being developed to streamline that information flow are absolutely critical. And of course, we need to work more with the CBD, to have partnerships with the local TSCs, and to develop bonds to make sure that we have indicators that are appropriate, that make best use of the data, and of course show where we don't have data or where there is uncertainty to enable us to prioritize data generation in those regions. So then how? We have a big vision, but of course big visions are easy to generate, and unless we have the architecture to make sure it's deliverable, we don't make progress. Of course, in order to build something big, we need to take a block-by-block approach. We need to start small with a concrete vision, to have clear deliverables and a pipeline, and in the first phase, to work more with the UN's Convention on Biodiversity to ensure that we help them deliver what they need to and enable monitoring towards all of the goals of the Convention on Biodiversity's Global Biodiversity Framework. We need to make monitoring biodiversity around the planet and progress towards the indicators easier. Countries are given all sorts of reporting mandates from all of the different conventions. Unless we make their job easier, people will choose the easiest and often inappropriate indicators. And so if we streamline these workflows, hopefully we can enable better, more efficient and effective monitoring across a range of different targets and encompassing a range of indicators that will be critical to enabling countries to meet their mandates into the future. This means that we need to develop the pipelines involving Earth observation and having clear, usable tools. This is why Bon in a Box has been developed, and through pipelines and structures like OpenEO, we hope to scale this up into the future and enhance the usability of all products. Again, this will involve partnership, collaboration, coordination, and communication to ensure all partners have a clear understanding of all parts of the process and to ensure that we are helping countries meet those mandates, because we need to be partners and supporters along this process. We need to have clear Bon development guidelines at all scales to ensure that they are able to measure and implement the essential biodiversity variables and to complement Earth observation data with in-situ data collection. And of course, the global digital twin model can help us implement GBIOS at various different scales and to encompass our networks around the world. This is also supported by our already comprehensive network of LTUS, or long-term ecological monitoring plot sites, field stations, and UNESCO, which, given that we have already a slightly federated system with our regional bonds, we already have the structure and the GBIOS backbone to help grow this. So the next steps, because we're starting small, but we hope that in the next few years we will see tremendous solid growth, is to have a joint statement with the CBD and GeoBon, as well as other partners at the COP through the next SBSTA meeting, to communicate why this is important, to ensure that we have a monitoring community that works together, to ensure that we have the most complementarity between different data sets, better coordination between different parts of that monitoring landscape like GBIF and OBIS for oceanic systems, and to ensure that the observing systems of different parts of the planet, different ecosystems, do have standards to ensure that we have interoperability, that we grow our data to the areas where we have a neglect of data gaps or taxa that are not being monitored, and to genuinely ensure that we can make progress into the future. And of course, none of this is possible without funding. And so this also involves thinking about how do we ensure that sustainability to deliver on the mandate that we hope to promise with the CBD. And so with that, I will hand you back to Andy to finish off.
Just one last slide. We did a bit of a mapping exercise. What are the pieces that we need to put together? And I don't think I've seen quite a figure like this yet, but we realized that they were in a knowledge access, service, and capacity development in the top row that is passing back and forth on the left between global, regional, and national observing systems into a strong synergy and interaction between data infrastructures that exist, both global, regional, and local, so the GBIF, OBIS, IBOL, GEMBAC, et cetera, onto the implementation. So these regional TSCs that provide the guidance to countries in the relevant regional context. What do these arrows mean? It means funding, capacity, and human and infrastructure. And then, of course, these are sitting on the monitoring frameworks of the various MEAs. So I've just put 2 here, but of course there are other relevant MEAs. We heard from Ramsar early on in the week. But we need much greater collaboration and synergy between these major pillars of our global monitoring systems. So on that, thank you very much. I finish with our photo of the members, and they were fantastic.
Unfortunately, I was not in the picture. But I mean, I cannot agree more with what was presented. I mean, the GBIOS is extremely difficult to be put in place, not only from a technical point of view, but also from an institutional point of view, because you basically need to involve all actors. But what I like now is that we start to be connected to the governance systems that the CBD is putting in place, and it's so important. And we need to be fast, because I mean, countries are already putting in place the national biodiversity strategy and action plan. So, yeah. CEOS will discuss the involvement, but I can already tell you that we have been supporting and will continue supporting GBIOS. So let's move now to the next workshop. That's the one on ecosystem accounting. So yes.
Okay, thanks, Mark. So in our workshop, we decided at least to each time do a short kind of introduction and then a discussion about different topics about ecosystem accounting. I have to say there are 2, I think, important parts. One is we didn't discuss about in situ. That's probably one of the only workshops, perhaps, where we didn't go into that detail. The second one is also that we prepared a number of questions. We had a very highly interactive public because we were not able, at least, even to show the questions, at least, which we prepared. And that was, I think, because we had a very broad scale public. So there were people there, even from the financial world, from the marine, from researchers in terrestrial domain. So it was basically covering everything, and also related to the ecosystem accounting standard, so CIEA, like it's called, System of Economic Environmental Accounts. At least there were people, at least, which were really experts already making accounts, towards people, at least, who just say, yeah, I just Googled the word. So that's why we tried, at least, to each time do an introduction and then have a kind of a what we first thought a guided discussion, but the discussion was open and very well. So I led it together with Katarina from BC3, but she has left. But I should say we couldn't have done it without the support from Ilaria, from Alessio, Lars, etc. Let me go to the one slide. So the link between ecosystem accounting and biodiversity is very diverse. So the point is we had to focus a bit. You have there the picture about the CIEA framework, ecosystem extent, the area, the condition, the health, and then the services. There's a transaction from nature to the society. And as you can see, at least there are 2 direct links to GBF indicators, headline indicators. So the A.2, which is the extent, and the B.1 is the service from ecosystem. So that are the 2 which we found, okay, that is the priority, because we also explained a bit about there is also like a lot of other indicators which are more related to condition, which are linked towards like the EBVs, as have been discussed in the previous workshop, as well as there is even thematic accounts, what we call species accounts, which are all options at least to include into the ecosystem accounting, but that's our limit. The So we had about 30 participants. We did decide to do it also hybrid, so we also have about 10 participants online, which were following. And the priorities for the roadmap, so we had been developing in the project which was called the People Ecosystem Accounting Project. We already developed a roadmap, at least, going from Earth, or how to include Earth observation in ecosystem accounting. And we looked into, okay, from a biodiversity perspective, which are kind of the priorities, at least, that need to be done, because that was more from really ecosystem accounting and not from biodiversity. So the first bullet, we have a document with more details on that one. So the urgency of scaling up, I think that was mentioned a couple of times, but behind that there are a lot of words. There are different pieces in the jigsaw puzzle which are there, but they need to be connected. I mean, we heard about, okay, there is an ARIES, there is an OpenAO, there is a bond in a box, etc. So, I mean, that are things that need to be connected to each other to make sure that countries have the ability at least to scale up and create the accounts, or these two headline indicators. What is also important there is also that, I mean, it's about statistics over time, and this means that data consistency is important for the statistics. Also interoperability, transparency, but we also discussed, for instance, the 8.2 indicator talks about the ratio between natural and non-natural. In natural, there is also semi-natural. Where is the border of semi-natural? That can differ from continent to continent. So there are a lot of points still, at least, to do in that upscaling. The second part is capacity building. So it's a multidisciplinary approach. So we need to understand each other. We need to have kind of one knowledge system. We need to train each other, train also the policymakers to understand the model. The third one is, okay, that's the definition of natural. I just discussed that one. Then scalable models, I think, was also mentioned. I mean, let's not try to, at least the data diversity is very different from one country to another one, one country to another one. So we need to be able at least to have models that cope with that diversity. That's an important point. Then an interesting new thing popped up is defined tipping points, especially towards the services. Because as you can see in the model, at least once you define a service, then normally in the ecosystem accounting world, we translate it from the biophysical, the light blue, into a monetary value. But there was a nice idea, at least, perhaps we should define also something in between there and saying, okay, what is the kind of the tipping point that the service would collapse before translating it just to monetary part. And then the last part is also, there is, next to the ecosystem accounting, there is also a central framework which more takes at least the environmental assets, at least, which feed into the economy. So when we talk also there about like pollution, etc., that could feed at least or support the framework. I think that's more or less it. I don't know, Alessio, if I forgot something. Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the concept of ecosystem accounting is something that is that started within the statistical community, but which is now applied elsewhere, somewhere else, including the GBF. So there are two of the headline indicators that are actually based on ecosystem accounting, which is the one on extend and the one on services. So the next, where am I now? With my, I think is the farmland biodiversity, which is, okay, great.
Hello, everybody. The workshop I'm presenting now was a joint effort between the GIC and the Thunen Institute, and was based on an index developed and proposed by the OECD in 2023. You can see the formula of the index on the bottom right of this slide. It's a very simple index. It was first implemented by a colleague in the Thunen Institute in Germany, using in situ classified satellite remote sensing data to categorize cropland and grassland land use and land cover. This, just to briefly explain the procedure, these land use categories were then transformed in habitat quality index using a distinction between function and structure, complexity, and expert opinion. And then these layers fed the index, which formula you see on the bottom right. The next step would be to expand, to scale up this index at European scale, and this will mainly be done using the vegetation layer cover characteristics. But before doing this big step, we wanted to gather insights from the experts and the potential end users of this product, and this is why we organized this workshop. We first gave a talk explaining the index and the potential application, and then we asked about 40, 50 participants in the room what they thought about it, and there was a clear message here that as it is now for Germany, the index is not good enough, needs to be improved before being applied at European scale. So we took this message home. After we split the participants into roundtables for our open discussion. We really wanted to have the feedback, so we let people discuss and give us feedback and propose potential solution, but we also focused the two working groups on two main big subjects. The first roundtable was input data, and the second one was linking the index to biodiversity data, how to do that. And again, we really encouraged the open discussion, and I think it was very successful. We got a lot of feedback. Concerning the first open discussion, the first roundtable, participants suggested that this kind of indexes should be organized in a hierarchical way, should be applicable and then parameterized at regional to continental scale. Also, there was a kind of generalized agreement that some additional input data should be used beyond cropland and farmland structural and functional diversity to expand the meaning of the index. And so it was suggested to add soil quality and water bodies, for example. Participants also suggested to expand the site of the index to the larger landscape, for example, implementing measures that make the index more spatially aware of the surrounding, for example, connectivity and heterogeneity classical measures. Also, there were more than one participant that suggested to provide raw information on the index and potentially additional metrics and then the uncertainty connected with the pixel value of the index. For the second roundtable that was about linking the land use to biodiversity data, there was general agreement that taxonomic diversity data has to be used to parameterize the index. For the German exercise, the colleague from Thunen just used their expert opinion. Or alternatively, it was suggested to use thresholds from literature but to validate the index with in situ data. These are two possibilities that we will likely evaluate, choose one or the other. Importantly, also, there were many users that highlighted how the index, this FHBI index, should be targeted for single taxa or for functional groups. In this way, it does not lose focus. And possibly this has to be linked with the indicators proposed in the nature restoration regulation to be used by the member states. And these are mainly the farmland birds and butterflies. What's next? We will screen all the feedbacks and selected what the feedbacks that we think are necessary and we must implement. After that, we also want to create tools that the community can use to play with the index and understand how to modify the parameterization to make it valuable for their own case study. And we also want to expand the working group to everyone that is interested. We value the opinions of the bigger community, larger community. I added here a couple of contact points. Please, if you're interested in this, contact us. You are very welcome to contribute. Thanks. That's all for me.
Thank you. So now we move to one of the most interesting, at least for me, workshops. I couldn't attend it, so I'm looking forward to hear from them. So there was the workshop on the indigenous and local communities.
Okay, so we ran a workshop on looking at data sovereignty and ethical approaches to indigenous knowledge in space-based biodiversity monitoring. And so the workshop was divided into two parts. The first was a series of presentations that were led by indigenous communities that were doing EO research. And so it was an opportunity for our participants to learn about how EO-based research is being done by indigenous communities. And the second part of the workshop included small group discussions that tackled three topics that I will summarize the takeaway from in a moment. We also had a large number of remote participants, including an Indigenous youth contingent who were not able to attend in person. And so while we were pleased to have some representation from our Indigenous partners in the room, this is obviously a barrier to many Indigenous partner participation in the generation of EO knowledge and science. So the Geo-Indigenous Alliance actually wants to set forth some recommendations and invitations to the European Space Agency and other space agencies and EO organizations. And the first one is they'd really like to invite stronger partnership with the Geo-Indigenous Alliance to strengthen Indigenous-led Earth observations. The second recommendation is they'd really like to see that space agency projects are better aligned with the Indigenous rights, with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and Geo-Indigenous Alliance standards. And these standards really set precedents to ensure that Earth observation projects respect Indigenous rights and the relevant international treaties. And finally, they'd like to invite the space agencies, including ESA and other organizations, to really strengthen Indigenous-led participation, governance, and workforce development in order to ensure that Indigenous leadership is central in Earth observation initiatives. In our breakout groups, we had a breakout group that focused on Indigenous data sovereignty and care principles. And the key takeaway from this breakout group is that data sovereignty is paramount. Indigenous communities have inherent rights over their data and knowledge, and this goes beyond individual privacy rights and extends to collective rights over ancestral lands and cultural knowledge. The groups identified a series of challenges, but also opportunities in order to tackle these, including the responsibility of upstream data providers to really provide guardrails to enhance care data principles, highlighted models such as local context and labeling initiatives that are being led by GBIF Indigenous Task Force, and the role of space agencies to really enact policies and procedures that ensure that care data principles are followed and applied for projects and initiatives that they fund. The second breakout session really focused on equitable co-production and collaboration and really engaged that youth contingent that I discussed in the structure of our workshop. And the main takeaway of this breakout session is that relationship building is key for Indigenous-led EO projects. And so there's a recommendation that the EO community really needs to shift away from extractive approaches or solutions for Indigenous communities to start building relationships that are built on trust, really genuine respect and partnership with those Indigenous communities to enable to actually create true co-production and co-design of EO-led research. Again, challenges were identified, but also opportunities that allow us to really exploit this to be able to have more equitable co-production and collaboration, including designing research projects with Indigenous communities, not just for them, moving beyond data to start thinking about the complex cultural context of traditional knowledge, and really empowering communities to use data and drive decision-making on their lands, not just behave as participants in research that we are leading. The third group was really interesting because they were posed with a design challenge from the Shuar Nation in Amazon to help them come up with an Indigenous-led EO project to tackle the conservation challenges in the Amazon. And so this group actually sat and did a little bit of design in this process. And some of the takeaways that they took from this is that youth empowerment is really key in this process, as well as long-term data projects. And critical in this is also respecting Indigenous data governance, and this in turn will strengthen Indigenous groups' resilience, autonomy in addressing environmental and social issues, and really enhancing conservation in these spaces. And a number of opportunities were identified in this design challenge, including both technology solutions, the integration of traditional ecological knowledge and science. A big one, again, was on that youth empowerment and education to help youth stay in their communities, but also leverage remote sensing tools and really create that next workforce of Earth observation specialists in Indigenous communities. And then we need collaboration and global support if we're going to make this happen at scale. So to summarize, we have some practical steps and future directions that we would like to put forth to the community and to our Earth observation and space agencies. The first is that, we can only move at the speed of trust. While many of us maybe feel that we're scared of not doing it right, and so we slow down that process of engagement, we all need to start that process, and all we can do is better. And collaboration requires time and patience, and so we need to start now if we're going to start doing this well. Another thing that emerged through the data sovereignty discussions was to explore and implement mechanisms to allow Indigenous communities to opt out of remote sensing data collection out of their lands, and similarly to educate and empower communities to see the advantage of potentially opting in. We also challenge and recommend the community to start recognizing the importance of storytelling as a means of knowledge sharing and preservation. So we need to be able to hold space for storytelling in collaborative projects. It's not just about the extraction of data and variables to advance conservation and biodiversity science. And this is going to require us to reframe language that reinforces these extractive perspectives that we often engage in. So one recommendation is to start thinking about referring to natural resources, which is a very extractive way to think about these things, into things such as the cultural context of relatives and new relationships with lands that are held by Indigenous peoples. There are also real structural changes that need to be made. Many of our research institutions and agencies were built in a colonial framework and have structures that reinforce colonial practices. And it is incumbent on both the agencies and all of us to identify and advocate for changes in those structures that enable us to do better co-design and co-production of EO projects that are led by Indigenous communities. We also want to challenge our agencies to start exploring the possibility of extending principles of the Nagoya Protocol around mutual benefit sharing to EO data, so that there are frameworks in place where we can think about how we can collect data ethically in a way that provides mutual benefit. And we think that the Nagoya Protocol, which is primarily applied to biological materials right now, could be very easily extended to Earth observation data more broadly, and may provide a useful framework for thinking about ethical handling of data. And then to circle back around to the Geo-Indigenous Alliance's invitation at the beginning of this presentation, we'd really like to encourage the establishment of working groups that focus on Indigenous engagement within agencies. And I'm going to put a personal call on behalf of the workshop organizers for this last point. Recent federal declarations by the United States have ended the Indigenous working groups within NASA in the United States. And there is now a global gap in leadership in this space. And I think that it is up to our other agency partners and EO organizations to fill this gap. And I think it's both an opportunity for leadership and a moral imperative for our community. So I will leave you with those thoughts and leave you with a series of thank you from our workshop participants and leaders.
Thanks, Erin, for this detailed summary and for the invitation to ESA to be part of it. I mean, we will have discussions on this, certainly. So I'll move to the next workshops. Where am I? I'm trying to see if I... so the next one is on ecosystem conservation, yes. Maybe one quick point. We didn't manage to recover the time, so we are back to the original schedule, so no change. So maybe just 1 minute, because since Andy has to leave and he's one of the co-organizers of this conference, I will give the floor to him to say the 60 seconds. Okay, fine.
Really 60 seconds, just words of gratitude and thanks in this amazing cathedral of EO and biodiversity. It's been a fantastic week. Organizations like GeoBond depend upon meetings like this, the convening power of ESA and the welcome we've all received. I think we all share in how wonderful it has been to meet and greet and collaborate and make new friends this week. I've learned an enormous amount, from how to count walruses from space to the needs of indigenous peoples and how to stimulate the financial sector to get involved. GeoBond looks forward to a long-term engagement with you all on various levels of the projects. I won't go into all of those, but crucially, come and see us at the Living Data Conference in Bogota, October 21 to 24. It'll be 3 communities, GBIF, GeoBond, and Tadwig coming together, plus many others from around the world. So I hope to see many of you all there. Thank you so much to the ESA team, to Federica, of course, to Mark, to all of the staff and everybody who's helping us, to the security, to the tech guys and girls. I look forward to seeing you all again very soon. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks, Andy. Yes, ecosystem conservation. I think it was the next one. Am I right or not? Anybody left in the room? Doesn't seem. So unfortunately, there is nobody to report. I mean, it would be very difficult for me to do the reporting because I was not in that room. So we'll see if there is a possibility to do it later, but I guess they all left the room. So maybe somebody was in that session? Nobody? Okay, so we move to the next one. So anyway, all the summaries will be published on the website. So the next one, I think, is wetland biodiversity. And I'm afraid I have to do that one, actually, because there's nobody in the room either. But I was in the room, so there is something I can say. So yes, that workshop took place on Wednesday. It was following also the morning presentations on wetlands and coastal ecosystems. And it was done with a set of presentations, and then we had 4 different breaking groups covering different topics. And the first one was wetland inventory needs. I mean, one thing that was really stressed during that workshop is that wetlands is one of the ecosystems that is the most difficult to map because there is a very wide range of different wetlands, which requires different types of observations types, and it's highly dynamic, and which makes actually the requirements in terms of satellite data very demanding, and both in terms of spatial resolutions and temporal resolutions, but also in terms of the type of satellite sensors that are needed. And this was really strongly highlighted during the discussion. So on the wetland inventory, the few key messages that were passed during that splinter sessions was, The need, yeah, you will not be surprised. We always come back to in situ data. So the need for high quality in situ data for validations, but also for training. In the past, I mean, I don't know if you are, probably you are much younger than me, but in the past, in situ data was essentially used for validations. Now it's more and more used with, with the advance of artificial intelligence techniques as part of the solutions, so as the training data, and you need good reference data in order to train your model. And for wetlands, actually, when it comes to do wetland inventory, it's essentially done through machine learning and deep learning type of approach. So availability in terms of quality and quantity of good reference data is really essential. And considering as I said, the wide range of different type of wetlands, this is actually even more demanding for the wetland ecosystems. We discuss a lot on the changes. I mean, sometimes we forget about this in all our discussions, is that when we talk about indicators are essentially about changes. So there is a lot of discussions that we have had about mapping the different type of ecosystems, but moving from mapping to changes brings another level of complexity, and it's even more difficult actually to look at changes, especially in wetland ecosystems that are highly dynamic. So there are natural changes that are happening in wetlands, and then there is also these difficulties to make a difference between what is a change in extent and what is a change in conditions. So we definitely need to develop methods for this. There are things in progress, but more is to be done. The third point is that we start to have good practices. Actually, we were lucky not to have the rain in the previous days. So we start to have a good approach, let's say, to wetland inventories, but we need to share these best practices, especially because there is a strong need from we discussed the Ramsar conventions, and that we took into, there's one thing that you have to know is that after 15, despite the fact that Ramsar exists for more than 50 years, more than half of the countries don't have their wetland inventories. So there is really a strong need to build capacities in these countries, but also to share best practices using a co-design approach, of course. Then we move into conservation. So conservation and restoration, we discuss both aspects. So in a way, it's also moving into the notions of how do you measure the conditions of wetlands, and it's something where there has been less research compared to wetland mapping, and this requires actually different skills, because wetland is not only about ecology. There is a lot of hydrology happening in wetlands. You need to know very well the geology also of your wetlands, so you need to have a multidisciplinary type of approach in order to assess very well the conditions of the wetlands and so the conservation status. But there is also, I must say, the need, and this is also something that the UN, what we do on the system of environmental and economic accounting, is to really think about what are the metrics that we need to have for the different type of ecosystems. And on wetlands, I must say that we are really lacking behind of having really a good set of condition indicators. So the next one will be fast as this. More investment on in-situ data, of course, was stressed also in the context of conservations. What else? The regular release. Yes, something is important. So since it's very highly dynamic, when it comes to assessing the conditions of wetlands, you need to have you need to have seasonal data, but we try to assess also what is the temporal resolutions we need. And if we believe that at least a monthly assessment of the conditions of wetlands, especially in terms of the hydrological status, is needed. So this requires, of course, a lot of data in order to monitor the conditions of wetlands. And the last point, I think we discussed also in the other aquatic ecosystems, we need good atmospheric corrections over water, and very often, and this was, I think, was said by the coastal community, we use the the atmospheric corrections done inland for water, and we know that that's actually is not appropriate. So we need also to have water surface reflectance with a good atmospheric corrections. The last one was, the two last ones on the greenhouse gases and the carbon sequestrations. Here, it was stressed that we need more funding in order to have good in situ data in terms of greenhouse gases, essentially methane emissions and the carbon. And this is not really available on the various wetland habitats, so there is more efforts needs to be done in order to have this in situ data, and this requires a lot of efforts and a normalized approach in order to do the in situ data collections. So we were discussing also the concept of super sites, where we would collect a lot of data in the different types of wetlands in order to measure these fluxes. And the last one was the flood regulations, which is part of the normal processes happening in wetlands. So here it was stressed with need for more tailored, large-scale harmonized products, because we know that also that in situ data will not always be available. So this is done through modeling. So you basically need to calibrate well your models and then try to apply this where you have less in situ data. But again, the same issues with temporal resolutions and was brought into the discussions and the fact to build capacities involving different sectors. So that was the major findings from this and recommendations from this workshop. So the next one, I think we're coming to the yeah, it's a big thanks to those organizing the workshops, not to the messenger. The next one, the very important workshop on the integrations of in situ and satellite remote sensing data.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the time. So yes, we had a workshop on, I think, what is the elephant in the room of this meeting, which is how certain are we about anything we're saying when we're integrating in situ and Earth observation satellite remote sensing information. I'm going to illustrate this by telling you my prediction is that the 12:30 train is going to be delayed by 10 minutes, so you can stay for this talk. But I'm going to caveat by saying I haven't any experience of Italian train systems. I've not looked at any information, and I've not spoken to anybody about it. Okay? So your decisions could be totally wrong. We had a great panel of people organizing this session, a meeting of minds from in situ measurements coming from the BioScape project, and then some of us who are more interested in large-scale operational biodiversity data products, as well as about 100 participants who were really vocal and engaged with the process. So why is this important? Obviously, we have this huge demand for biodiversity knowledge from countries, increasingly from more fine-scale, nuanced decision-making, and land managers, financial institutions trying to make decisions. Most of our products involve some integration of in-situ data and Earth observation, and we seldom say anything about the uncertainties associated with them. And it's profoundly important, not only for using the data correctly, ending up with the correct decision-making process. For some examples, if we're going to use this data to inform, for example, ecosystem condition for financial institutions to start to include into, let's call it, credits or other things, we need to be very clear on what is it we're telling them. And equally, if we don't start to quantify these uncertainties, we don't illustrate the gaps in our understanding that we need to fill. So we focused on, I should reiterate, there's a QR code and a link here. If you want to input your information, the Google Docs with all the notes is there. You can sign up to the form to find out more information and contribute information to it there. So we focused on two things. What are the applications of integrated in situ and remote sensing biodiversity products that need greater uncertainty quantification, and what are the priorities to reduce those uncertainties? Focused around EBV classes. I'm going to summarize three recommendation areas. Unsurprisingly, lots of the discussions around in situ data, which accompany all to it, but a bit more nuanced here. So harnessing existing data. So there is quite a lot of in situ data, or there's large amounts of in situ data out there, but it's scattered, inconsistently formatted, with inconsistent metadata and a lack of standardization. So the recommendations we're making are for the community to incentivize this open in situ data, for the agencies to mandate open in situ data. It seems incredible that you can collect data under a space agency project and that data not be open to the community. To enhance and invest in harmonization efforts for existing data products and ensure common standards and protocols for future data collection that are remote sensing aligned. The second recommendation area is around developing more formal uncertainty methods. So uncertainty exists at all levels across our processing chain, but they're rarely communicated effectively. And we have this belief that in situ data is the truth, but clearly it contains many truths. We need to be cognizant and aware of that. So the recommendations here, pulling out some highlights, are around the development of methods for propagating this uncertainty through our different processing levels to end up with something we can communicate at the end. Setting standards for this uncertainty estimating and reporting so that all of our gridded products that we produce are communicated with an associated uncertainty, and also this guidance on how do we use that effectively in our decision making. And then lastly is around filling gaps. Obviously, there are large geographic, ecosystem, and variable specific gaps in situ measurements. We need to prioritize observations in underrepresented regions. We've got some listed there, and we can use this value of information approach. We have techniques to try and estimate where we should go next to optimize our performance in getting more information from the system. And we should, I think, consider this shifting of the mandate of agencies to involve collecting in situ data. When we had a vote in the room of nearly 100 people, clearly a globally representative sample of individuals, there was a near unanimous vote in favor of collecting more in situ data rather than new satellite development. But then we did have a slightly biased group, potentially. With that, thank you very much to the co-organizers and certainly to Mark for the platform.
No, so thanks so much, Mike. I mean, it's clear that in-situ data it's really one of the areas where we need to take an action. So, but collectively, it's not only the space agencies, but also all the other actors. Now we move to the space agencies. Yeah, the space agencies support to biodiversity conservation. I guess it's Gary now. Yes.
Well, thank you, Mark. So we had a workshop really geared specifically towards space agencies and the Committee on Earth Observation Satellites. So it was increasing space agency impact on biodiversity conservation, and all the organizers were part of a space agency. And we had the workshop because we want a good answer to this question. What can space agencies do to increase their impact on biodiversity conservation? And there are several corollary questions to that. Jan Erik, I think you mentioned these in your operationalizing monitoring, and you had really 3 or 4 corollaries to this. So maybe this is good input for you as well. We had actually a 2-part workshop. The first part was to the group of about 40 people in the room. What we wanted to do is hear from them what they thought the barriers were to space agencies to increasing their impact. So we collected those, and then in part 2, we had a discussion, again an open discussion on what should space agencies do to respond to these barriers. So this is just, this isn't all the ones we collected, it's kind of a brief summary, but one, capacity. This has come up again and again in some of the other workshops. The capacity isn't really sufficient for many communities to utilize the data fully. There's a lot of confusion about, gee, there are so many instruments out there. Some of them do the same thing. I'm very confused. So what do I do? Where can I go to parse out this thing and find the instrument data that I actually want, or the data product that I actually want? So that really is a barrier. It needs to be simplified. A lot of the data products are difficult to find, they're difficult to use, and so forth. We hear that again and again, and there's also not enough higher level products, like to the right of the product generation workflow, things like indicators. People want more of those. in situ data, we just had a workshop, listened to the workshop on that. So there's all sorts of aspects there. One is, gee, if it was more coordinated, it'd be more findable and more standardized. And then one that I thought was interesting is that, gee, there's a lot of historical satellite data out there, but it's not well organized. And if we can just fill in some of those gaps, we'd have a better baseline. So what did we do? I have a couple slides on this. I won't go through every single one, but I categorize them into categories. One is, again, on capacity. So a couple of things on, gee, training's great and we need more of it, particularly in the global south. But actually, there are many biodiversity experts in the biodiversity community, but they're not fully, let's call it EO-enabled as well, so that's good. But then on the other hand, it's like, gee, why don't you guys just make this stuff easier to use? And that's sort of the complement to training. We actually need more of both of those. In terms of coordination, this is really good inputs to CEOS. CEOS, if you don't know by now, CEOS is basically the world's space agencies. It's now starting to engage more with biodiversity through something called the Biodiversity Study Team. So since it's all the world's space agencies, gee, maybe they can help standardize data across the agencies. Maybe they can develop a roadmap to facilitate that in the future. And then someone suggested, gee, how about a biodiversity user advisory group, which, as far as I know, hadn't been suggested before. And then, gee, more higher level products, things to the right side of that workflow where on the left side we have observations, on the far right we have users and the indicators they need and so forth. We need more of those. Bond in a box can play a role here. If we can get algorithms and software into Bond in a box, then the product generation can be done by other entities, perhaps through OpenEO, which I think there's a pilot for that now. Also, someone said, hey, you know, we need some more young blood in this thing. You know, they're going to be clever and not be stuck in the past. So bring in more young people to figure things out for you. And you older guys, really, maybe you should get out of the way. And then everyone is interested in change, so let's make more change maps. We have land cover maps, and there's a whole thing about that, but change maps would also be useful. And last slide here, it ties back to that thing, you know, there's so much data, how can I find it? Gee, simplify access. And so cross-agency standards for actually the methodology to create products would be helpful, because then products will be more standardized in the products themselves when they may come from different instruments. One thing that I personally really liked is someone said, gee, why don't you create a large language model and you just stuff it full of all the space agency documentation from all the agencies, and then someone could find out what they need just by a natural language query to that, instead of saying, well, on the NASA site, if you go there, you can go here, but on ESA, you go over here, and so forth. Just dump all this stuff together and do a localized large language model. And I thought that's cool, and it actually is something that in CEOS there's been a little bit of discussion about. So we'll see if we can do that. And then airborne campaign data, apparently it's kind of all over the place, hard to find and not coordinated, so that would be a real value if that was better coordinated. And then a couple interesting things, create sustainable super sites for both for studying as well as for calibration, and that's kind of an interesting idea. And there's a lot of possibilities out there already through other organizations. And then make more historical data available, especially Landsat and SPOT, because that will facilitate getting a better baseline. So then all of this, this is my last slide, all of this will be really fantastic input to the CEOS Biodiversity Study Team that is now in the position of trying to figure out what CEOS should do for biodiversity in the long term. So this is just perfect input, and I have to thank everyone who went to that workshop for providing it, and as well as all the other sessions provided good information as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Gary. And actually, I would say that all the workshops will be an input to the study team in CEOS. So thanks to all of you. So we still have another two sessions to report on. And the next one was on ecosystem restoration.
Okay, hi everybody. My name is Michelle Hermes. I'm from ERSC, the European Association of Remote Sensing Companies, and we co-organized this workshop assessing nature restoration targets established by European and international policies together with Evenflow in the context of the ESA Stakeholder Engagement Facility project and Biodiversa Plus. So we had quite an interactive discussion with a lot of interesting speakers. So we started with a few presentations on different topics, giving the global and the EU policy framework and some case studies on different topics that were relevant. So here you can see everyone that was involved, as well as everyone attending the workshop in the audience. So some of the key objectives, which were quite high level, I would say, were to discuss national reporting for the GBF and discuss the drafting of national restoration plans under the Nature Restoration Regulation, and then considering the goals, the deadlines that will happen in 2026 relating to these two frameworks, understand how they fit together and complement each other. And then foster collaboration among stakeholders. So we had a lot of really good discussion between different levels of governance and different types of stakeholders in the room, and address some of the blocking points that hinder progress in policy implementation and meeting these deadlines from the perspectives of the different panelists and the attendees. So the key messages kind of overlap a bit with the recommendations, so I will go through these quickly. But the Nature Restoration Regulation at the EU level presents a really big opportunity to harmonize data reporting across countries. But there are a lot of implementation challenges because there are a lot of things that lack still clear methodologies and guidelines in the context of this policy. We need easily measurable indicators and standardized data to make sure that this is successful at the EU level and we can compare across countries. And there needs to be targeted support to help the partners implement restoration efforts effectively. So this is also informed by experience in EU policies, so we should ensure to not repeat the mistakes that were made in the context of the Habitats Directive by ensuring clear methodologies. Then looking more globally, we need clear insights into restoration efforts, including their connections to nature, but not only, also to people and societies. And then again, here, in situ data is really important. And national stakeholders that are working on the implementation of these policies need additional resources and often a stronger policy mandate outlined in the policy at different levels of governments to be able to act at the national level. And then the last point relates to the Earth observation industry broadly. So from the Earth's perspective and in general in the discussion, the private sector has a role to play here. And this needs to be built on trust, mutual understanding, and capacity building to ensure that the private sector can support these policies and the implementation. So some of the recommendations, so something we kept coming back to is this need for a multi-stakeholder dialogue complementing existing structures. So I put here even some of the specific phrases that were mentioned because we really liked them. So a need for facilitators of knowledge for a continued process of knowledge co-creation that involves everybody who's involved in these discussions. So member states, NGOs, institutions, the Earth observation industry, including on this ground data expertise, and public and private users with interest in restoration activities. So to facilitate policy implementation, there needs to be targeted guidance at the member state level. In regards to the Nature Restoration Regulation specifically, there need to be clearer methodologies for monitoring which allow for the provision of uniform data. So this relates to something I already said that came from one of the speakers. So this also relates a bit to the first point, but the creation of some sort of knowledge sharing platform could be useful for exchanging best practices and lessons. Also, we discussed the urgency needed on the policy implementation. So we can tackle some of these issues now to ensure that there aren't huge burdens and inefficiencies and challenges as regards the policy implementation at the different levels of governance further down the road. Okay, and the last 2 points. So we need ambitious coordination. I think that's clear. We need to continue to have events like this where we can discuss between global frameworks, EU policy, and all of the stakeholders involved and in between. And the last point is that the countries that are doing the implementation at the national level need to be involved in designing implementation tools to make sure that they're fit for purpose. So that is it from our workshop. I hope I was concise. Yeah, thank you.
I was in the back of the room. So there is the last workshop to be reported on is the one on nature finance. I hope that there is still one person who can do it. Yeah, but maybe she's already gone. Is there anybody who could do it? We had the same problem with the ecosystem conservations. They had already left the room. Let's wait a bit. Sorry? Maybe if we can put the slides. Tu le fais, Julien? I'm thinking that you are the one who are making the reporting for the sessions at the last minute.
Yeah. You will discover the slides as well? Yeah, I discover everything. So, but I was at the meeting, so just to fill in the gap. So this workshop was organized with several presentations about vision. And then we had some groups split in different groups. So the objective was to share the understanding and try to get the same vocabulary on several terms to make sure that everybody could understand everybody. And then we also talk about the current EU tools, including EBVs and TNFDs, for the method that can be applied to do the nature finance. So from the different speakers who presented this first part, there was a big mention about the difference between the greening of the finance, because a lot of finance is currently financing things that are harming biodiversity. And so one thing that could be good is to reduce the finance that is negative to the nature. And on the other side, there is the finance that is necessary to restore the biodiversity. And the difference between the two is huge. So you have, if I remember well, 7 trillion for the bad one, and only 200 billion to the good ones, and the objective is to reach 540 billion to the good ones. So that's a big challenge to reverse the way the finance is used. The second thing was that there is a project leveraging all those things to make EU more efficient to promote the biodiversity finance and try to build a trust for building those indicators. And there were different links with GBIOS and TNFD, as I already said, where we had a nice presentation to suggest, to put into competition a generic index and a more asset-based approach. So the conclusion on that is that there's no conclusion in there. So I will move to the next slide. And those are the different groups that were split. I will just give you the titles of each group because I was only in one of those groups. So different aspect of those is the mining and agro-foods, how are they affecting biodiversity. A group specifically talking about the risks. So what is the risk in terms of finance? A group on biodiversity credits. So how can we value a biodiversity uplift in order to create a market for triggering people to put money in good practices. One on natural capital accounting, and we already talked in another workshop about that, so I won't get into detail. And the fact that there could be a debt for nature swap. So if you have a country with a lot of biodiversity, maybe the debt, so as a country, could be removed so that they keep their biodiversity there, because in many cases, it's the countries that are more indebted that have most biodiversity. So this could be a way to thank them for keeping their biodiversity while we were wasting it on our site in order to develop our economy. That's it.
I would really like to thank all of you for all these recommendations. This is really a goldmine for us, for our future activities. But now we are moving to the second part of this last morning. And yeah, I hope you are not too tired. It has been a very long week. We are then having a more interactive part of this session, of this conference. So you can have an active role, and you can provide us with some recommendations, with some Q&A, and both on the content of the conference, but also on the organizational aspects, and also for planning for the next BioSpace editions. And all the people online should also have received a link if somebody is still watching us, so they can also participate in real time, and we will see the answers on the screen. It's important to say also that this Q&A will be repeated offline, so you can also provide your perspective after. So we'll invite on stage Nicolina that will run it's really running? Okay.
Yeah, so maybe just a few technical aspects. We have like 5 different surveys, and each survey has a unique QR code. But you can always see the QR code on the left-hand side of the screen, so you can scan it and fill in the survey. And yeah, when you fill it in, just don't forget to hit submit so we can see the results on screen. And yeah, so the first survey has 2 questions. We already see some results coming in. Yeah, I think I'll have to change the questions from my laptop. Yeah, okay, so for the first question, we can see most of you are researchers with remote sensing backgrounds. And but the second largest group are biologists and ecologists. And yeah, so some of the rows, of course, are overlapping, but yeah, you're suggested to choose the one that describes you best. So just quickly switch to the second question.
I think the fresh photo guys or girls already left the room. Let's say it. Shall I do it? Okay. Well, you can bring it here, I think.
So yeah, as was already noted, most of us were from the terrestrial community. But yeah, maybe next time we'll see more freshwater and marine people. So shall I go to the next one?
Yes.
Okay. No, I think it doesn't because I have to change screens. Okay, so that's our second survey. So I just remind you that it's another QR code, so you just have to scan it again or just enter the URL. And we're waiting for your submissions. So yeah, just scan the QR code again, or just enter the link. And don't forget to hit submit so we can, oops, that's my laptop. Yeah, just this one, we had a little technical glitch. Trying to. Okay, so that was on my laptop. We already see some answers coming. It's okay, over 4.5. I think that's quite good for the first time. Oops. Okay, I'll switch to the next one before it starts dropping down. Yeah. So yeah, I think we met your expectations more or less. So inspiring is the key word. Okay, so you really like the workshops, it seems. And just in general, people talking to people, meeting people. Yeah, we had some long days, I agree. Yeah, sorry for the weather, we couldn't do anything about it. Yeah, so which elements of the conference did you find most engaging? And yeah, I think here we also have a clear winner, the workshop, so it seemed like the workshops really did well. Yeah, most of the others have a similar score. So do you believe BioSpace is the right forum to bring together researchers, policy stakeholders, NGO, and industry to advance EO applications for biodiversity? It looks like most of you think so. Okay, some underrepresented communities. Yeah, we see the NGOs, private sector. And what could be improved to involve these underrepresented communities more? So you suggest sessions, I guess having more sessions. Yeah, another big keyword is involving Global South. Days, maybe split. Yeah, I think we'll have questions on that also in other questionnaires. So now that was the second questionnaire. I will now need to switch to the third questionnaire, which again has another QR code. So yeah, please scan again the QR code. Okay, we already see some responses coming in. So, yeah. So has the BioSpace conference improved your understanding of the critical priorities in biodiversity policies? Okay, so we have around 4 stars on that question. And yeah, based on the discussions that you had here, which policy areas would benefit most from integration of Earth observation?
Don't go too fast because I think that.
Yep. So we'll wait for your submissions. So yeah, monitoring. EO is a big thing for monitoring. What do we see? Conservation, standardization. Reporting. Yeah, I think monitoring is the clear winner here. Okay, so has the conference enhanced your understanding of the key knowledge gaps in biodiversity science? So we have around 4 stars so far. So I guess many of you are already very knowledgeable about the gaps. So we will need some more conferences to fill it. We don't expect 5 stars here. So next question from what was discussed at the conference, what do you consider the most critical scientific areas that require further EO research in biodiversity science? Biodiversity, yeah. Makes sense. So we see marine, measuring biodiversity, again, in situ, integration of in situ data, biodiversity change, so yeah, measuring change. Global South. So yeah, I guess we already discussed several times in situ data. So the last question from this questionnaire: which emerging trends in EO technology should be prioritized in future biodiversity research? So a lot of people have written data. So I guess that means more data from more sensors. So we have hyperspectral, that's coming for sure, high resolution, I guess higher resolution than what we have now. So better temporal resolution, data standards, again, in situ data, data cubes, sharing data, data fusion I see as well. So yeah, they're mostly about data and improved data, improved use of data from different sources. So I would suggest I will switch to the fourth survey, 4 out of 5. Okay, I think we already got this one. Okay. Yeah, so that's about the organization. Yep. Did I show this one?
Yeah, they're still taking it's only 6, I see.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the rest of it. Is there any problem?
Sorry?
Do they have any problem with the QR code? Ah, no, it's coming.
It's coming.
Because they have to do all the parts.
So let's wait a little bit for this one. It's a longer one, 11 questions, but yeah, I promise you this is the longest one, so the last one is very short. So we got 3.8 for the organization. It's the first time we organize a conference, so I'm sure there are some things that can be organized better. So how would you describe the overall atmosphere of the conference? I see friendly, great, lovely, cozy. Rigid but open. Okay. Collaborative. Engaging, welcoming. Okay. I think friendly is still the key word, friendly and engaging. So did you enlarge your network? How many new connections, friends did you make during the conference? So yeah, we can say on average most people met or spoke to 6 to 10 new people. No one stayed in a hotel to respond to emails, so that's good. Someone managed to talk to more than 30 people. Even more people managed to talk to more than 30 people. 4 days. Okay, so which aspect of the conference organization did you appreciate the most? And yeah, I think here again we have a clear winner: workshops. So yeah, I think we'll take that as a message that you really like the workshops and the people, of course, socializing. So how satisfied are you with the organization of the thematic oral sessions? So I'd say you're rather satisfied, but there is room for improvement. So what improvements would you suggest for the thematic oral sessions? Keyword: time. I guess more time or less time, I don't know. Same time. Time for questions, longer presentations, longer talks, time for discussion. Start on time. Okay, we're guilty. We're guilty on that one. Yeah, time management, yeah, that can be improved for sure. So how satisfied are you with the organization of the workshops? Let's see, I will round it to 4 stars. I've seen in many of the other questions, workshops were the highlight. So I think, yeah, most people really liked them. So what improvements would you suggest for the workshops? Keyword: workshop. I guess that means more of the same. Yeah. Hands-on workshops. Yeah, okay, we also had the demos that were more hands-on. Yeah, see, double session. That was, of course, always an option, but I think it was up to the organizers of the workshops if they wanted to do the same thing twice or just use the full duration of the workshop. So most of them, I think, decided to maximize that. So I guess more interaction, less presentation. Bigger rooms, yes, I agree. Workshop should be only interactive. Bus transport, that's probably to another question. Yeah, I guess size of rooms, more interaction, but I guess that's very much dependent on the workshop you went to.
Okay, so how satisfied are you with the organization of the hands-on demonstrations? So again, we have on average 4 stars. So what improvements would you suggest for the hands-on demonstrations? Again, room. So I guess bigger rooms, time, larger screens, information before the demo. Okay, provide more time. Actual hands, well, I have to say that many of the hands-on demonstrations were very practical, so I guess that pretty much depends on the demo. Demos, posters, okay. So the last one of this questionnaire, would you suggest other types of sessions to be organized at the next BioSpace conference? Which ones? So keyword sessions, more sessions, I guess. Workshops, yeah, I think the workshops were a successful format. Group discussions. Bilateral meetings. Scientific keynotes. So you want more audience participation. Functional traits. Yeah, okay. Marine is very big. Okay, I will go to the last question here. So yeah, please again scan the QR code or enter the URL. Okay, at least 2 people want to have this again. I'll wait a little bit more for some further responses. So an important question is, of course, how often would you like, sorry for the typo, the BioSpace conference to be organized? So I think with the winner for now is every 2 years. But then second best, some people would like to have it every year. I think the clear winner is every 2 years. So should the future BioSpace conference continue to cover the full range of biodiversity topics and realms or focus on specific domains? And yeah, most of you like basically the current format that we cover all domains of biodiversity. Which topics or themes do you feel were
underrepresented or could be expanded in future editions. Okay, marine and freshwater. But yeah, we also have indicators, tropical diversity, policy, data fusion, more on the indigenous perspective. Reproducible science. We have again in situ data. So, what improvements would you suggest for future BioSpace conferences? Shorter days? Well, maybe. Yeah, so I think a clear message is we have to make it bigger. We need more space. Yeah, time management is an issue. Okay, dinner was too expensive. So space for breakouts, I assume you mean like breakout rooms. So yeah, I guess more interaction. And the last question of the last survey. Will you attend the next BioSpace conference? And yeah, 100% yes. Okay, I think that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, we're coming really to an end. So thanks to all of you. Actually, the room seems a bit more crowded than when we started this. I hope you enjoyed this. We'll probably read, I don't know, we have to say, we'll discuss, maybe we will do it for those who could not participate, but I think we have already a good indication. So, yeah, what we take from this is that there will be another BioSpace conference. We can already confirm this. So we are coming to the final words, and I would like, so we had already Andy, who had to leave before, who gave his final words. So maybe I will call for CEOS Gary. Gary, you are there.
Yeah, I basically just wanted to thank the organizers, particularly Isa, Mark, and Federica. I don't know how you've done this, and you're still awake now. It's really just fantastic. Mark and both of you, thank you for putting up with the pestering emails that I was sending to you periodically, and as well as the other ways I pestered you. I also wanted to thank the European Commission and GeoBond for being one of the co-organizers. We're CEOS, so I won't thank myself there because I wasn't really deeply involved. But from CEOS, I did want to say that the sessions, the workshops, all of them, and in some ways, particularly the workshop on space agencies in CS, were just fantastic. And what I particularly liked is that all the sessions and all the workshops, again, Federica and Mark, everyone has to provide recommendations to the agencies. And so that will feed directly into the CEOS Biodiversity Study Team, which I mentioned before, is now figuring out what role should CEOS have for long-term engagement with biodiversity. So that's just fantastic. And so thank you again for all of that. I also wanted to say that the sort of the networking aspect of this was, in some ways, because it's a combination of Earth observation and biodiversity, it was really exceptional from the networking standpoint, and it was one of the best forums for that I've ever been to. So thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Gary. So now we have, I think, about 30-minute slot for Gilles. You have some time to. I don't know. I count at least 10 pages, more or less.
Yes, thank you. And as one of the co-organizers, so I represent the European Commission. So, of course, we want to thank the European Space Agency and Mark, Federica. I know that it was frustrating for us because we were trying to go to all the workshops, but we had to do many things in parallel. I have also to tell you that, Mark, the first time you proposed me that, I was thinking, oh gosh, it will be a conference with geeks and nerds. And we are, including me. And actually, it's good. But to be very serious, ready to remind everybody that biodiversity is collapsing. It's really the catastrophe. We have the targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework by 2030. It's in 5 years. We had the Aichi targets before that. We reached none of them. So we really need to join forces. And this is why this conference is crucial. So it's really the first one where we had the two communities together, so the ground people and the space people. And this is actually the good news, is that in terms of science and research, we have impressive developments with Earth observation, and I learned personally a lot. So we have now 5 centimeters resolution. We can go up to 15 meters deep in ocean, 5 centimeters in soil. There are projects from proteins to space data, and it's just fantastic. Just imagine what we will have within 10 or 20 years. But there are also impressive developments on in situ. So we have now eDNA, and just put a layer of artificial intelligence on all that. So in terms of science and research, we can really do a lot. So the philosophy of this conference, that's what we discussed a lot with Mark. It was really to join forces for nature. So the ground people, my side, and the space people, and just think about all the things our brains together have produced this week. So with the workshop, I was observing some expert in the same field, but exchanging, which satellite do you use, etc. And actually, I have to check these in situ data. We produce a lot already in just 1 week. And of course, it will feed our work. So what are the research priorities for new projects funded by the European Commission under Horizon Europe or other funding, and the same for ESA. So really a crucial conference. And actually, there were also experts from other fields, and probably for the next biospace, we should have some, more climate nerds and geeks with us. But then we have also to expand to the users. So if we produce a lot of research, etc., we really have to ensure that what we scientists tell the others is then implemented. So we need to invite more policy people, and we need industry, we need business, all the startups. And then there are many other people that we should have with us to discuss, so indigenous people, NGOs, and then the nerds and geeks from Africa, Asia, and elsewhere, Latin America. And particularly, when I said that the session on nature finance was crucial, it's just that we need to put a lot of money, really a lot of money, to protect, restore, and sustainably use biodiversity on this planet. And if we do not, our species will be doomed. And so with the business and industry, we could think about a kind of marketplace in the next biospace. So when you have the demo, or some of you with some ideas to do startups. That could be a kind of speed dating. Huh? So we are on Valentine's Day. So, but really to make sure that what we produce is then really used, and then the private sector also puts money in this fight. Huh? So it should not only be public money. We really need billions coming from the private sector, and they can gain money with that while protecting, restoring, and sustainably using biodiversity. Yeah, so we really need, so finance, industry, business, they have to understand the risk that we have with biodiversity collapsing, and it's not only biodiversity, it's also climate, etc. So we have to discuss with them to really understand what they need, so to adapt our narrative, and they have also to listen to what we have to propose, because one of my professors at university, Professor Raymond Rasmont, used to say, it's impossible to know something you do not know. So I never knew before this biospace that we could go up to 5 centimeters in the soil. I didn't know. And now I got the information. But so for the private sector, it will be the same. Like, I didn't know you have this Copernicus. I didn't know we can count albatrosses from space. So we have to exchange. Almost there, Mark, don't worry. Yeah, we have to also, us nerds and geeks, we have to adapt our narrative to the users. So we should not come with reports, publication, etc. We have to do it in terms of science, but when we want implementation, we have to come with maybe 5 bullet points and then discuss with them, this is what we can propose, etc. And maybe all the technical issues are more like a black box, but really to say, this is what I can propose very directly. Still, to be very serious, we are also in a changing world. It's not nice what we hear every day. And also in terms of the use of public money, probably public money will go not necessarily to biodiversity anymore. And we really need this money. But so that's why we have really to think together. There are many nice to have in terms of what we could fund with public money. But we really have to define what are the real priorities if we want to have a quick impact on the ground. This is what we have to do now. So there are things, because it's really the next decade that will change many, many things for biodiversity. And if we do not, many ecosystems will collapse. This is the reality. So really, what are the key research priorities? And that's why, for me personally, that was very key to be here, because I will come back to the European Commission with many ideas, not only for my team, but also for DG Environment, DG Agriculture, DG Mare, etc. Really many ideas, and this is really the perfect timing, because we are right now brainstorming the work program 26-27 of Horizon Europe. Almost there. Oh yeah, before I forget, on business, I don't know if you know, but the next IPBES plenary will be in the first week of February 2026, and it's hosted by the United Kingdom. And the host, UK, has the idea to organize a kind of parallel event to the IPBES plenary. And it will be the week before, the week of the plenary, and the week after, ready to speak about the theme of the report, and it's business and biodiversity. So if it's confirmed, please have a look at that and propose side events really to explain what Earth observation can do for biodiversity and why it's good for business. That will be really fantastic in terms of promotion of what we are doing. My last messages, I'm coming back. Well, I'm still in Frascati, but I will leave Frascati with hope, because there is something very important in this conference. It's you, young people. I think that 1/3 of the attendees were less than 30 or even 25. It's fantastic to see that, because you will be the next ones to organize BioSpace, I don't know, 42 or... no, very important. And we need your energy and we need your ideas. And it's not because we are in important position, blah, 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 that we look at you like, you know, a stupid PhD, etc. We really need you. So really, that was really a fantastic message. And then there was also a key message during the conference that Earth observation was focusing on weather, and we have the WMO, and then on climate, and now it's the time of biodiversity. So really, we need that. And the fact that all of us, we discussed in situ Earth observation, we have so many things that we can do. We have already many data that we can use together. We still need development, etc. But really, let's use all the ammunition we have in this fight, all together. And so, in a way, we nerds and geeks, we are ambassadors for nature. So each of you now, you can go back and explain what you have learned with the concept of nature positive, etc. This is what science provides to society. We are not only nerds and geeks, we are there to advise and to alert and to find solutions. And so in a way, to be very lame in my last sentence, in a way, we nerds and geeks, this is exactly what we have started in this conference. And so we have expressed our love to nature because it's Valentine's Day today. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Gilles. I have not taken any notes like Gilles. I mean, the only thing I have is the list of people I need to thank for their contribution to this conference. But the first point I would like to make is that ESA was just the organizer of this conference. That was your conference. And when with Federica we decided to organize that conference, it was the very first time. This has never been done. We said it many times. We had actually a bit of discussions whether we should do it in ESA or not. And I said, no, I mean, we will never get more than 150 people in the room, so there is no reason to go somewhere else. And I must say that when we did a lot of awareness about this conference, but when we received the number of abstracts, it was a shock. And I mean, what you have to know, this never happened in Esrin. We never had so many, I think in total we had more than 450 submissions. And then started, let's say, a lot of internal discussions in Esrin. There was no time anymore to move to a better conference, so we really apologize for the small rooms we had for this conference. But I must say it was also the first time ever in Esrin history where we had to refuse abstracts. And that was difficult. That has been extremely difficult. So the scientific committee, by the way, you're also responsible for this because we took the lowest marks and we say maybe these are the ones that we have to sacrifice in order to have the conference here. And I must say, I don't want this to happen, or we don't want with Federica this to happen again. So for sure, we are not going to do the conference here in Esrin unless we have a new conference center, because it's also something we are discussing internally. And by the way, this conference will help actually to convince our directors to have a dedicated conference center in Esrin, and this will happen. So you are also part of this. And if it happens, I tell you that I will send an email to all of you, to all the participants, to say which achievement you have reached. I want to tell you another story. When I started to work on biodiversity here in ESA, it was more or less when we started to work with the Rio Convention. So we started with the climate, of course. We always start with the climate. And then we went also with the UNCCD, Ramsar as well. And the CBD, we were a bit hesitating. And when we went to see the director and say, we need really to start doing activities on biodiversity, the response we had was that, but you don't observe biodiversity with satellites. I'm not joking. That was the answer. So for many years, I've started to be involved in a number of networks, and GeoBond being one. But for many years, at that time, Federica was not yet here, so I was doing biodiversity in ESA with one project. And I was using that project to go everywhere, to work with GeoBond, to start connecting with the different stakeholders in order to show that we can do something with satellites. Obviously, at that time, that was about 20, 25 years ago, I was doing only this with Envisat. So you remember the slides we show with these explosions of satellites in the last 20 years. Of course, time has changed, and I must say that the time today is really the time to act, because we have, of course, the GBF. It's a very ambitious, very ambitious program that has been put in place and agreed by all the countries, and it's done. I don't know if you are familiar with the CBD, but this is done every 10 years. So this is the program for the next 10 years, and space data, satellite data, is part of the data needs for the countries to meet their targets. And I must say that the GBF also comes for the very first time with a monitoring framework. This was not existing. There is also Ramsar, which is now working on their new strategic plan, and they've put Earth observation as a top priority. We have the ecosystem accounting and the regulations coming, and most of the metrics that will be needed can only be derived from Earth observations. So, and in Europe, we have the EU biodiversity strategy and all the regulations that go together with it. So I think that the time has never been so well for us to take actions, but we must engage, and we must have the level of ambitions that can help countries reaching their targets. So we were very surprised by the level of attendance, but I have to tell you another story. 1 year ago, it was the very first time that we opened a position in ESA written biodiversity scientist. And actually, Federica was the very first staff in ESA recruited to work on biodiversity. So this is what has been happening in the recent years. So I must say that this is, of course, thanks to a lot of efforts we had within the space community, but it's also a big thanks to all of you for all the work you've been doing. And if I remember, I should also mention the LPS. We organized a few sessions on biodiversity at the Living Planet Symposium, and I was given a very small rooms for the biodiversity sessions. And I remember these sessions where all people were sitting on the floor, full. That was something really amazing, and that's convinced us actually to organize this conference. And I think when I see the results of what we've done now, I have the feeling that you have all been very satisfied with what we have achieved. But I need to say a few thanks, if you allow me, because there has been so much. How can I say that this has been a real collaborative effort. We engage, I already mentioned that we engage a lot of different stakeholders. You've seen the opening of that conference. That was amazing. And I must say that there's a few ones that could not come due for their other commitments, but we could have done an opening at director level with probably about 20 organizations. That means that all of these organizations, they believe in the role of space. Otherwise, they would not have come. So it's also, I think, part of your success. But I must say that this conference would have not have been possible without a fantastic team of contributors. So now I'm going to list all the ones that I need to thank for this organization. First, the organizing committee, of course, which has been the sort of backbone of this conference. And a big thanks, of course, to Gilles, because you are also part of this. Grégoire has left the room, but Grégoire Dubois from the GRC, we had a lot of calls, and Stéphanie, I don't know if Stéphanie is still in the room. The member of the scientific committee, you were supposed to do, I don't remember the number of reviews they had to do, but not that many. Then when we saw the number of abstracts, there was no time to engage other reviewers. So we asked each of you to review, I don't remember, but about 15 or 16 abstracts. And they all did it. Everybody did it. And that was amazing. And the program committee, of course, who have helped us shaping such a nice program. I want to thank also Georgia, I don't know if she's in the room, and the OGB for this amazing key. They're not there anymore, but I mean, I must say that I don't know if you like the key visuals that we've been doing for this conference, but I must say it's one of the best ones I've ever seen done by this team, so I need to thank them. Jacopo and the GBG production team for the great setting they've done in this big hall, and especially this incredible LED screen. It's the first time that we have a screen like this, so this will be used in future conference, and for keeping also everything running smoothly behind. So the work they've done behind the scenes is so important. Also the Cercos team for the live streaming. It's something we wanted. And I think it has been very well received. It allows also us to do the recording, so everything will be recorded, and we will be discussing whether we can share the recording of this conference. Of course, we will share all the presentations, but the recording, I mean, of course, we have to respect the GDPR rules. We'll see how to do this, but I think I've already been contacted by a few of you to make this recording accessible, so it's something we will check. Chiara, I don't know if she's in the room, and the Ascent team for the great videos and the interviews they've been doing during the conference. Philippe and the CEF team, they were guiding the participants through the conference and helping developing their network. Lorenza, she's somewhere in the back of the room. And the Esrin Conference Bureau at early service for the perfect ending of all the logistics and the reception desk of the conference. Really a big thanks for your for your time and dedications. I was not an easy person, I must confess, but at least I really thank you for what you've done. Ula, Sabrina, and Irene, they are the one from the Cerco team. They've done all the work that you haven't seen on the scientific program of the conference. They were the person behind the email eofforsociety.conf, and they were running this COF tool that you've been using to submit your abstracts, your workshops, but also the scientific reviewers to do the abstract reviews. I need to thank also the facility management, so Ida, Christel, and all the team for the support and the flexibility, because the rooms were small, but I had other issues that you've never seen, and we always find the solutions to, and sometimes to some crazy last-minute requests that we had. The Esrin guards, I don't know if they are in the room, they must be in the room, ensuring the security of the conference so smoothly. The canteen, okay, you complained a bit about the price of the dinner. I know this. We will have a discussions on this, but I hope that you had great food in Esrin, for sure in Frascati, but I think the food in Esrin is also excellent, and all the social events we organize. The core team of the organizing committee, Federica, Agatha, Nicolina, you were, how can I say, the driving force behind this conference. You carried most of the workload, and you made it possible. And thanks so much for your efficiency and your productivity. And of course, you, all the participants, you are the main actors of the conference, and the success of the conference is your success. It's not my success. It's not Federica's success. It's really your success. So thank you all for your amazing contributions and for making this conference such a great event. But that's not finished. Today is a special day, and I would really like to thank personally my, how can I say, my dream team. Without your dedications and hard work, the conference would not have been possible, so I would like you to join the team. So there is Ula, Sabrina, Irene, if you could come here. Lorenza, if you could come here. Nicolina, Agatha, and of course my, how can I say, my partner in crime, Federica. And with this, I think we can close the conference. Thanks to all of you.